She's like the mother of that.
Wait, hi, hi. Thank you for the, whoops, oh, that's Lance. He'll be. Good morning, San Miguel County. Today is Wednesday, June 18th. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We have a full agenda today, which we will review shortly. I will begin instead with a call to order and roll call. Present in the room are all three commissioners, lots of staff, and lots of members of the public. Hello, public. This is great to see you all. And now we will move on to our moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. All right, now we're ready. Reviewing the agenda, I know there were a couple of changes yesterday. So if anybody hasn't reviewed the agenda in the last 24 hours, you might want to find it online. But there is nothing actually on the agenda that I want to change on the current version. Anybody else have questions or adjustments?
Looks good.
Looks good to you? Looks good to you?
Good to me.
Okay, perfect. We'll now move on to item 5, public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken since the topic was not posted with proper notice, and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. Any public comment for items not on the agenda? I don't see any hands in the room or hands online. So we will move on to the consent agenda. Comments or questions about the consent agenda? Or a motion on the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second,
How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well.
As well, the motion passes unanimously. We are off to a good start. Moving now to item 7A, administrative matters. Our first item is presentation of the opioid settlement board report detailing funding allocated within our county. And we have all sorts of people here for this item, including Janet Rowland from Community Matters. Janet's online. Hello, Janet. Welcome.
Good morning.
Grace Franklin, our Public Health Director, and a recently learned Chair of the Southwest Colorado Opioid Regional Council. Thank you for your leadership on that, among other things, Grace. We have in our packet your report, but we are ready. Oops, you've got somebody else there with you. Next to you?
Cole.
Okay.
Hi, Cole.
Hello.
Nice to see you. Can you reintroduce yourself to us, please?
Yes, yeah, my name is Cole Cooper and I co-facilitate with Janet, the Southwest Colorado Opioid Regional Council.
Okay, nice to see you again. I remember you were here a few months ago.
Yeah.
And members of the public, are those your backup team, or are they here for something else?
Yeah, so we have Linnea,
Yeah,
as we know, she's also on the SWORK board, and then Tri-County and the Medical Center representing some of the grants that were awarded.
great.
So we'll get into those.
All right, thanks. Grace, take it away.
Okay, I'll be short because we got a lot to talk about. As you know, myself and Linnea are part of SWORK, which is the Southwest Colorado Opioid Regional Council, or Region 14 of the settlement funds for the opioid lawsuits. Janet is going to go over some financial pieces of the latest awards that we covered. Cole will talk a little bit about the programmatic side of things. And then we have our representatives of those in our county that were awarded. There was one other organization awarded, but we'll cover that too. So we'll just dive right into it because there's a lot to cover. And yeah, Janet, take it away.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can you guys tell me when you can see it? Okay,
We can see it.
there it is. Okay. I'm going to go through just a few slides, give you all a 30,000-foot picture of what's going on, and then Cole's going to dig a little deeper into the programs that were funded in your county and have some of those folks there share what's happening there. Okay, is it gone to the second slide for you guys? Yes, okay. Overall, we expect to receive within Colorado $871 million over the course of the next 18 years. And there are 312 participating Colorado local government entities. So this lawsuit was brought and won by the Attorney General's office, and he is sharing it with the local governments. And if they want to participate, they enter into an MOU with the AG's office. So far, as of December 31st of last year, we've received 132.6 million of that 871 million. This is just a pie chart to give you a big picture. I'll get into a few more details in the next slide. Basically, 60% of these funds are going to the regional government share. So it's all the local governments within those regions. 20% is going directly to local governments, being municipalities and counties. 10% is going to the statewide infrastructure grant program, and then 10% goes to the state. So of the 60% that goes to the regional share, there are 19 regional councils, and they determine how those funds are distributed and they manage them. And so as Grace mentioned, we are Region 4, which is the Southwest Colorado Opioid Regional Council. And we'll be talking in this the rest of this presentation how we're spending our portion of that. 20% goes directly to local governments, so municipalities and counties, and then they can either direct those funds into the regional pot or they can manage them themselves. But they have to follow all the same requirements that the regions do. In most cases, unless it's a large municipality or county on the Front Range, they don't get enough money to really do a lot with, so it makes more sense for them to throw it in the pot. And then they also don't have to worry about the reporting requirements. So most of the local governments just throw their money in the regional pot. 10% goes to the state infrastructure grant. This is managed by the Colorado Opioid Abatement Council, or the COAC. And members of the COAC, half are appointed by the state and half are appointed by the counties through CCI. So far, in the last 3 years, they have awarded out 9.4 million. Most of that goes to local governments as well, or communities. And in fact, one of the agencies funded by SWORK received $500,000 as well. And then 10% is the state share. So some of that helps the Attorney General's office manage this. I think they have 4 FTEs that manage all of this. And the rest of it also goes out to grants. And they've given out $12 million just in the first 2 years. So the regional share, we have to spend it in the buckets. There is an IGA between these regions and the Attorney General's office, and they are very specific about how we spend these monies. Personally, I'm glad to see that. A lot of the tobacco settlement funds were spent on road and bridge and other projects throughout the state. And so Phil Weiser is making sure that we spend these funds in these 6 buckets. So in the prevention and education bucket, we invested a total of $360,000. 60,000 of that went to Western Colorado AHEC. They actually got 120,000 total, but half of what they do is prevention and education, and half is in harm reduction. Gunnison Valley Mentors received $100,000. And let me say that these dollars are spread out over 2 years. And then San Miguel and Ouray Juvenile Services, they're in red because they're an organization within your county, and they received $200,000. And we'll be hearing more details about the ones in your community shortly. Treatment, we funded 5 organizations. Excuse me, the top 4 provide treatment to the general public. And the last one, Advantage Treatment Center, provides treatment to those in the criminal justice system. And the 2 that are red, you can see Tri-County Health and Telluride Med Center. They are in your county, and they'll be sharing with you a little bit more about how they're going to invest those funds for a total of $722,000 for treatment. In recovery, we funded the Gunnison Sanctuary Housing Program. Excuse me, $140,000. That is for capital. It's to help with the down payment on a sober living home for women and some women with children. And this is also the organization that received $500,000 from that state infrastructure grant. In harm reduction, you can see the other half of Western Colorado AHEC, as well as WCU and their workforce development program, which actually serves all 6 counties in this region for a total of $275,000. And then planning and administration, under administration, it covers more of the logistics of managing these funds. So United Way actually manages the logistics of the grant application process. They have an online portal, and they manage the application, the scoring, the deliverables, those types of things. And then the IGA with the Attorney General's office also requires the fiscal agent for the 19 regions to be a local government, and Montrose County is the fiscal agent for our region. And then under planning is the facilitation, and that's the work that Cole and I do. And both of these dollar amounts cover the entire 2 years, so all of 25 and 26. And now I'm going to turn it over to Cole, and he's going to walk you through the 3 programs within San Miguel that were funded.
Excellent. Thank you, Janet. So I'll.
Cole, can you bring your
Microphone.
mic a little bit
I'll
closer
switch
to you? Because
Yeah.
yeah, that's how we get into the Zoom system.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How is that?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to briefly talk about juvenile services first, just because we don't have a representative of them here. But after
Oh.
that,
Is Linnea?
Wendy
okay.
Crank.
Okay.
Mhm, yep.
Mhm.
But then I'll briefly introduce Tri-County and Telluride, but then let them kind of speak more onto their programs because they're the experts in that. So for San Miguel and Ouray Juvenile Services, we helped expand their bilingual case manager from a part-time position to a full-time position. So that's going to provide an increased capacity for juvenile services a lot. And also we're hoping that that's going to bring in some prevention programs, such as a parenting support group where parents can come together, kind of peer support each other in issues related to youth, including youth substance use. There's also hopes in developing a peer youth group in schools as well, where they can kind of support each other in making healthy choices. And this will also kind of expand existing programs such as the drunk driving crash lessons that they do and other events as well. So really the goal there is just kind of expanding and helping sustain the good work at juvenile services there. Any questions on that specific program?
I would just say we know how much hard Wendy works and how much she gives, and having that part-time staff is great, and having this extra funding is a great way for her to really work at her highest level. So it was really awesome to see that they applied for those.
Fantastic. And what's the staffing opportunity? Have we found someone to take that job?
She currently has a part-time bilingual coordinator, but we'll open it competitively.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. And so next we'll go into Tri-County. And to give a little bit of context, we have funded Tri-County in the previous grant cycle to develop a recovery access fund in which people who are underinsured or lack insurance can get access to mental health support, specifically 6 free mental health sessions. And this was for Montrose and Delta in the last grant cycle. And then this year they applied and wanted to expand this Recovery Access Fund to Ouray and Telluride. I should say all of San Miguel and Ouray. All stand up.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to see everybody. Yeah, as Cole said, we're expanding our Recovery Access Program, a Recovery Access Fund, which we refer to as RAF, because we don't have enough acronyms in our lives. We just like to add more. I think most folks here are familiar with the Behavioral Health Fund, and RAF is really modeled after the Behavioral Health Fund. So it's open and available to anyone, regardless of income. The main thing that we're looking at for RAF is that you live or work in, at this point, San Miguel, Ouray, Montrose, or Delta counties. And there is a box that you check that attests to having challenges with substance use. We don't ask for more information than that. You don't need to prove it or get testimony or anything like that. We're just wanting to know that that is the primary purpose of the reason that you're seeking support. And so when people apply for RAF, just like the Behavioral Health Fund, they're awarded scholarships that go toward paying for therapy sessions. After 6 sessions, if they would like additional sessions, they can apply for 6 more. And that additional 6 is dependent on income. It's a little tricky to explain, but it basically is showing that you are 400% under, or 400% the federal poverty level. So sometimes it's tricky to do the math on that, but we've got great folks that can help, navigate that process. And if for some reason you don't fit into that bucket, we are rolling people over into the Behavioral Health Fund. So there, we have a lot of different ways we can support people. Our primary goal is to really just reduce barriers to help and to make sure that people, can easily access that and have continuity of services. I will just say briefly that, our Behavioral Health Fund, which is funded by a mill levy and our taxpayer dollars, over the last few years has served almost 300 people in San Miguel County per year. We've been running out of funds for the Behavioral Health Fund right around September. So I see that as, mostly a good thing. I think the stigma around mental health is and getting support is being reduced. However, it's a really tough time of year to run out of funding because the holidays come, school started, people are really looking for services. And I think that RAF, I guess one thing I'll say is that it can help extend the life of the Behavioral Health Fund. We're seeing with the Behavioral Health Fund that over half of the sessions that are used are being reported that the topic of that session is substance use challenges. So we know that this is a big issue in our county. Our Healthy Kids Colorado survey tells us that. The Quality of Life survey we just had tells us that. There's a lot of indicators, and I know we all have our own personal stories to back that up. So very excited and very grateful for this funding.
Thank you, Melanie. There was one thing too I wanted to mention was the behavioral health navigator position. Could you briefly speak on that as well?
Yeah, so we actually have Ariana here who has been providing that service for RAF in Delta and Montrose County. She also provides that service for the Youth Fund, which many of you are familiar with as well, similar scholarship program. And Ariana has really helped launch this program in San Miguel and Ouray. She will sadly be leaving us in about a month and a half. So we have Kaisa Simon, who's actually on this call as well, is going to step into that role. But that person's role is, people can kind of come in and out and apply for a scholarship and have it be a fairly transactional interaction if that's what they choose, and that's totally fine. A lot of folks come in and they just need a little extra support, which I'm one of those people. I'm like, can you just explain this, how this works to me? And that navigator position is really there to help people when they maybe don't have a therapist that they're already connected to. Maybe they have other sort of social determinants of health or like life circumstances that they want help with. Maybe they need to get connected to Medicaid. Maybe they have food insecurity or transportation issues getting to and from an appointment. So that navigator position is really there to make sure that, again, that we're reducing those barriers to care.
Thank you. Yeah, it's such an important piece, and we're really glad that we could help support that because it really just helps make the program so much more well-rounded.
Yeah.
So thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much to Tri-County for managing all these programs and really making the best use of all the grant opportunities. You are so good at that. And Ariana, we're going to miss you so much. You have been part of this community, particularly like the social support for, well, I met you during COVID. When did you start? When did you move here?
2021.
Yeah. And I have just seen you running around all parts of San Miguel County and beyond serving our community. And we're happy because I know you're going to get your master's to continue this good work. And we hope that you do the boomerang and come right back here. Okay. Stay in touch. Anybody else want to comment on that? You good? All right. Take us to number 3.
And then the final program for this area that we funded was the Telluride Regional Medical Center's medically assistance treatment program. And I'll let Hannah and Laura speak on that here. Laura, you can take this chair. I'll just switch over.
Just
to
please
you.
introduce yourselves.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here with all of you and some really friendly faces. It's nice. My name is Hannah Max. I'm the grant writer for the Telluride Regional Medical Center.
Hi, everyone. I think I know most of you. I'm Laura Cattell. I'm a physician assistant at the Telluride Medical Center. I've been working there over 25 years now, but excited to be a part of the MAP program and actually am the clinician that is putting this together with our behavioral health team and nurses in our MAP program. So
And like Tri-County, we were recipients for the first round of SPORC funding. So Laura will speak a little bit as to what we're doing to build out the program, but our real goals are to have universal screening and then a medically for particularly opioid use, but any type of substance abuse. So that could feed into either behavioral health programs or into this medically assisted treatment program. And then we are building out additional providers for this medically assisted treatment program and really building a programmatic model so that if someone shows up and needs medically assisted therapy, which Laura will explain in a little bit more detail, they can get that as soon as they need it at the point of care within those first few visits. And then this new bucket of funding, which we're really excited about, along with some funds that we got with Tri-County through the Katz Amsterdam Foundation, is going to allow us to provide this care for underinsured or uninsured patients through 2027 is our belief with the funding that we've received. And, generally the medications for this can be expensive if you don't have insurance. Even with insurance, there can be significant copays. And it's really important that someone has consistent access to medication. It's also a large number of visits. And so those copays add up quickly. They need to be seen very regularly for this type of treatment. And we believe that based on our data that there will be about 7 patients a year that will be unable to cover that themselves. And so the majority of this funding is going to go to supporting those patients who need either sliding scale or completely free services. Some of it will also go to promote this program to our community so that people who maybe are currently traveling pretty long distances to get this sort of treatment will understand that it's available at the med center and that they have much easier and more consistent access to treatment.
okay. So again, so appreciative of the funding and everything. I'm not very good at speaking in public, so I apologize, but we've been excited for several years. I've been involved with medical assisted, new people moving to the community that are using a medication, in particular Suboxone. And I've been able to support them and continue prescribing the medication, but now we've actually been able to initiate a medically assisted treatment program for people in the area. Currently, really the closest place they can go is Montrose. So the program that we've set up is predominantly focused on the opioid abuse. Interesting too, the same medication that works for the opioid, we see a lot of kratom use in the community, and it's a very interesting medication because it's actually available like in gas stations, and there's a kratom bar in Montrose and things like that. But it's interesting, so we're not excited, but pleased that this medication can help people too that have access to this over-the-counter medication that can be highly addictive. So with the help of this funding and things, we've developed a full program. We are now offering screening at all of our physical exams. We have a DAS-10 score, which allows people to identify if they have concerns about opioid use. So everybody is screened. And then
Really any substance use.
any substance use, again, with Suboxone, the medication that we're focusing on is predominantly for opioid use, but we screen for any use, and we have treatment options for everything. We're working directly with our behavioral health counselors because we know how important combining the mental health piece is with the medication as well. And we're in the process of rolling out a program. There'll be 3 providers that are specifically trained in this. And we're in the process of marketing it. Although that seems which is
Starting this month.
exciting. Yeah. So hopefully we'll get people, but again, we have a step-by-step program where we'll support anybody in the community. We do a full physical exam, assess readiness, support them with behavioral health, and then are able to prescribe the medications that will help them stay clean, we hope. And in addition, we're working closely with our emergency room because these medications can actually be applicable when somebody comes in an overdose situation, and then they can receive the medication at any point in the ER, and we'll be there to support them the next day and get them into the program. So.
And can you speak a little bit as to just the cadence of visits? Because I think that's important. It's a large number of visits that these people have, and that's part of this gap that SWORC is helping us to cover.
Yeah, so again, people come in, we typically assess them for readiness. We do a full physical exam, lab work. There's a lot of screening that's recommended for this, and then we will establish an initiation program or an initiation appointment where they'll then come in and spend probably about 4 hours in our clinic working with the clinician, nurse, and the behavioral health counselor. And then while we're initiating them up onto the medication, we do recommend that they're seen about every 3 days for the first 2 weeks. And then hopefully we can get them on a maintenance therapy, and then it would go to every 2 weeks to a month after that. And sorry, I get so nervous.
You're doing great, Laura.
As you guys are all aware, we're really very much the safety net for our community. So all the funding is so appreciated, and being able to help anyone who needs the help. And
just thinking about that cadence of visits, if someone is going to Montrose with that, it's a huge burden and really disrupts their ability to live a normal life while they're initiating treatment. And so our hope is that this really keeps people engaged in the community while they're initiating this sort of treatment, because we know how important having supportive community around is to the success of these treatments, as well as the medication and the behavioral health clinical aspect of it.
Oh, and then just one other thing I want to say, just so everybody's aware, this is a program that we're rolling out, and it is to be supportive. So if somebody relapses or we do get a positive drug screen test or something like that, we're not going to stop them from being in the program. We want to create an environment where they're honest with us and we're just there to support them and continue with medication and any sort of help we can give them.
And I would just add, this was a very competitive process. We had $1.5 million to give out over the course of 2 years, and we had applications for $9.5 million. So those that did secure funding should be very proud of the high quality of work that was clear in their application. So wanted to share that. That's the end of our presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I would say too, just knowing that behavioral health is one of the commissioner's priorities and have invested into improving our systems as a whole. This just really speaks to the work that's already being done and this regional funding that's able to expand it. So thank you to your support as well, because I think that we're just continuing to improve as a whole and as a state and county.
And I wanted to thank all the organizations that came today to speak on this program. Gloria, you did a very articulate and eloquent job. And Hannah, thank you for coming as well. And Melanie and everyone, and Ariana, thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, because it's such an important piece and I'm so excited to get this program up and going. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, this is all good stuff. I do have a couple questions, even though we're kind of out of time. What you mentioned, there was a lawsuit and that Attorney General Weiser had chosen to use the funds in this way. That was a national lawsuit, correct? But then the Attorney General was the one who, okay. And then I'm our local share as a government, have we put that into this regional pot?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. And then I also heard yesterday on the news that the Purdue settlement was negotiated, and I know it has to go through the courts and everything, but that's another, I think, $7.2 billion. Is it anticipated that those funds would be used similarly and might enhance this programming?
Jen, yes. For answer, yes, but I'll let Janet.
Yeah, sorry. That's the one I forgot to mention. There's a couple of smaller settlements still in the works, but Purdue is the big one. And those funds will go into the same pot, distributed statewide the same way, and then we'll spend them the same.
That's good news for this kind of work. And then finally, somebody mentioned that this particular pot is an ongoing until for quite a while. What was the year that this one ends?
2038, I believe.
Okay, great. All right. Those were my questions. Anybody else?
And I would say too, just with some of the financial projections, at least for the next few years, we anticipate being able to give out somewhere between $600,000 to $700,000 a year or a grant cycle.
A grants, well,
Cycle.
Janet, do you want to speak on the specifics of that?
Yeah, we could give out about $750,000 a year through the end of our 18 years. The last I heard from the Attorney General's office, they anticipate this particular region having a little more than $8 million, and that does not include the funds that would come in for Purdue. So probably $10 to $11 million.
And we're doing 2-year grant cycles, and so we're expecting a $1.5 million grant cycle, roughly, with $750,000 distributed each year, which is kind of what we did this year, essentially too. So,
I just have one quick question about the marketing or outreach portion of this, specifically for Matt. I guess that would
Telluride.
well, and just kind of regionally, what the outreach would be like, for instance, to UMC or Paragon or some of the providers in the region, and how that the word is getting out so that they can, support their patients and send them potentially to get help through this funding outlet.
So our primary outreach goal is directly to patients. So a lot of these funds are going to go to print marketing, to having a really clear campaign so that we can be on Kodo and other, regional radio stations. We're marketing it similarly to how we market our May Health Month. That's kind of the model that we're using because we've seen that brings in a really high number of patients into our door. In terms of regional outreach, we are definitely letting other providers know that this program is happening. Our goal is actually to make this a replicable program. So as great as it would be to, have people coming into our doors who are currently going to UMC. We really would like to be able to engage them in the program and train providers there. I think so much of what makes this program feasible from a patient standpoint is that they can get that care immediately. And as many people are coming in here every day from Norwood, there are a lot of people that live and work in that community as well. And we don't want them to have to travel, almost an hour to get this care, especially if they're being seen multiple days in a row. So right now we're in the rollout phase within sort of TMC's patient population. But once we have an established program, our goal is to reach out to UMC, to reach out to the Basin Clinic and start to really increase the number of providers available regionally and make sure that this care is available in the neighborhoods that people are living and working in.
Great. And like the crisis intervention, like Paragon, for instance, that I'm sure they'll be well aware of this.
And I would say with that too, with the Behavioral Health Collaborative, that's the work group in which UMC, Paragon, TMC, Public Health, like everyone's working together. So as it rolls out, it's definitely going to be a collaborative process too. So I know folks, Dr. Prince at UMC is really excited for this to get rolled out as well.
We all Zoom a lot.
Yeah.
And I'll say just in terms of marketing of the RAF program, Tri-Counties program, I've seen a lot of publicity around that in the last couple of weeks. So that's good.
Yeah. Well, this is just great news all around. And thanks for all your work. It's wonderful.
2 thumbs up from Lance. All right. Thank you all. This is really exciting news and the kind of programming that, as Grace mentioned, is a priority for San Miguel County. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Nice to see everybody. Thanks, Janet.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, we are just a few minutes late, but we are moving on to another super positive subject, which is item 7B, consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-20 of the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, Colorado, naming I asked you, Mungia? Mungia, hard G. Mungia, gracias. To the honorary post of Poet Laureate of San Miguel County. And we have with us former San Miguel County Commissioner and poet, not laureate, but poet extraordinaire. Our good times, please step up to the microphone if you'd like, as well as Paulo Mungia, and also our current poet laureate, Joanna Yonder. So we have 3 mics. We can all take a place up there. I believe that Art, as a leading poet in the community, has been really helpful in identifying our proposed poet laureate. So Art, would you care to introduce Paulo? And my other question is, this is a little bit putting you on the spot. Would you care to read the resolution?
Oh, I'd be honored.
Which I have right here in front of me. Pull that one of those mics a little closer to your mouth, your speaking voice. And then we'll start with Art and wait on the resolution for just 1 sec, but just an introduction we would really appreciate.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Chair Brown. I'm delighted, Commissioner Waring and Commissioner Gleason, that you have continued this poet laureate process for the county. There are a number of jurisdictions, counties, and municipalities around the country that have done this. And it's an honoring of the arts in our community. The literary arts are oftentimes private and not always that public. We have made it a public thing thanks to the Telluride Institute, and we have a number of different programs working with all the libraries in our watershed, Natarita, Norwood, and with the Wilkinson here in Telluride. So we have programs in all of those. And we also have a national and a state poetry contest, which helps pay for our thing. So we are a very vibrant community for the arts. And I think having a poet laureate, an honorary title, for one of our great poets in our community is a real honor. And I thank you again for continuing this tradition. Paulo Mungia has been with us in Telluride performing. He also had a show at the AHA School. And so we are delighted to have him this year. And of course, we have been just amazed at everything that Joanna Yonder has done as poet laureate the last 2 or 3 years here and really done a terrific job. And so we are really honored to have them both here. And I'll be honored. I'll read the resolution, and then I'd love to hear from Paolo, and then I'd love to hear from Joanna. I think they both have something to share with us. So resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, Colorado, naming Paolo Munguia to the honorary post of Poet Laureate of San Miguel County. Resolution 2025-20. Whereas San Miguel County continues a tradition that began in 2006 of appointing county poet laureates upon the recommendation of the Telluride Institute's Talking Gourds poetry program. And whereas preceding San Miguel County poet laureates have included Rosemary Watoma Tromer, Ellen Marie Metrick, Peter Waldor, Alyssa Dixon, Diva Chisonis, and Joanna Yonder. And whereas Mr. Paolo Munguia lives in Montrose and has worked as a contractor in Telluride, been a featured performer at Bardic Trails with the Wilkinson Public Library, and at Stories and Poems in Norwood, performed poetry at the Telluride Arts headquarters, and exhibited his poems at the Aja School of the Arts, all in San Miguel County. And whereas poets in other jurisdictions, such as Denver and Santa Fe, have been appointed poet laureates, although they live not within the jurisdiction's boundaries, but within the region. And whereas San Miguel County has a sizable Spanish-speaking population that is precious to our community and deserves equivalent access to the literary arts as English speakers do. And whereas Mr. Munguia is an inspiring performer of his poetry in Spanish and has done multilingual readings. And whereas Mr. Munguia has been recommended for this honor by the Telluride Institute's Talking Gourds poetry program, now, therefore, be it resolved as follows. The San Miguel County Board of Commissioners does hereby appoint Mr. Munguia as Poet Laureate of San Miguel County. And the BOCC does hereby declare that Mr. Munguia shall serve a 2-year term from June 2025 to June 2027. And their responsibilities will be to promote the literary arts in Telluride, San Miguel County, the Western Slope, and around the state.
Could not have asked for a better voice to read that. Thank you, Art. Joanna, did you have any comments before we move on to Paolo?
We'll through the poem, but I just want to say that it's so special to be here all together today. When the wonderful Diva Chisonis handed this off to me in January of 2022, we were all still on Zoom, and it's so precious to be able to look at your faces. And I wanted to just say that it's wonderful to have Art here, who has been a huge champion for the poetic community in our region. And I also am so excited for where Paolo will take this. And I continue to advocate for this to be a paid position, Paolo. It's my shame and really that I was not able to attain funding for this during my time as Poet Laureate. And I hope that there's a way for you to be paid for your work, for your art, for your soul that you put into this during your time, and future Poets Laureate too. But most importantly, I appreciate the recognition that our county gives to this. Like Art said, it's so important to give precedence and platform to the arts, as I know you all care to do. So thank you all very much. Thank you to Art, and especially thank you to Paolo.
Joanna, thank you. Thank you so much for your service over these last couple of years. And thank you also for bringing to our attention previously and reminding us today about the stipend or some kind of compensation for this work. I think that's something that we need to address. So appreciate that. Yes. And so Paolo, I know you have a poem prepared and you plan to read it in Spanish.
Yes.
But before that, would you like to make any remarks?
Well,
In Spanish or English?
Can I do Chinese?
The language of your heart. If that's Chinese, go for it.
No. The first thing I want to say is giving thanks to Art, Joanna, and my friends, my biggest supporters, Tisha, Jesse, Tasha. And I feel grateful being here. I never thought that I could be here just standing in front of very talented people. I'm kind of nervous. And yes, I want to say that I never thought myself like a poet. And I think all I do is I have the feeling that we are putting out from feelings with social media and all these things that we are passing through this world. So to me, the only way I found to just remind people all that we have to say and all that we are human beings is through the poetry. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Since Joanna is our outgoing poet laureate, perhaps you'd like to read your piece first, and then we'll have Paulo read his. Would you rather read Spanish first or have Art read English first? What's your
I'm
preference?
gonna do Spanish.
And then Art
and
English?
pass to Art.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So we'll do Joanna and then Paulo and then Art. Okay.
All right, this is called A Poem for Paulo.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Amigo mío, ahora habla con las voces de la multitud. Tus palabras son ahora las palabras de toda una región, una comunidad, una época. Esta búsqueda es tuya, para que la hagas como quieres. Una alegría, una responsabilidad, una carga y un privilegio. Pero lo más importante es tuyo. En los próximos años, al alzar la voz con el poder y las historias de tantas personas, no olvides, amigo mío, que has sido elegido por las palabras que brotan de tu interior, de lo más alto y de lo más profundo de tu corazón. Escribe para la gente. Usa nuestras voces, porque la poesía es del pueblo para el pueblo. Pero no olvides que esta voz clarificadora es tuya. Tus palabras serán para siempre una bendición. And to put it in English, I wrote that for Paulo, but it also, I think, very much applies to any elected person who's from your heart. My friend, you speak now with the voices of the multitude. Your words are now the words of an entire region, a community, an era. This quest is yours to do with as you please. A joy, a responsibility, a burden, and a privilege. But most importantly, it's yours. In the coming years, as you speak out with the power and the stories of so many people, do not forget, my friend, that you have been chosen for the words that rise from within you, from the highest summits and the most profound depths of your heart. Write for the people. Use our voices, for poetry is of the people, for the people. But do not forget that this clarion voice is yours. Your words will forever be a blessing.
So beautiful.
It is beautiful.
I don't want to get emotional.
I know.
Okay.
We often shed tears in here.
Okay, I'm gonna read. You have it in
October.
Okay, yeah. So I wrote this one day. I worked late, and I was just taking a look of all these things that are we're surrounded, and I just started imagining. I just imagined how could be the life outside, how the animals think. So I'm gonna just read it in Spanish.
Por
And
favor.
I'm gonna pass to her. The name is Octubre. Ya viene, ya viene. Es el canto de los grillos. Sienten la brisa de octubre, mientras el señor oso busca ponerse gordito. Ya se siente el primer frío, ese que quema deliciosamente las mejillas al andar. Los árboles han llorado hojas todo el día. 4 venados caminan sobre ellas y se siente que van a ver al mago de Oz. Un mapache ha salido corriendo de casa. Ha peleado con su esposa. Por suerte, nadie podrá darse cuenta del moretón que tiene en su ojo izquierdo. Ya viene, ya viene. Vuelven a cantar los grillos. Y de repente, las montañas San Juan han dado a luz a la luna, mientras los peces del río observan. Oh, hermosa paz. Oh, hermoso pueblito entre las montañas, que tan lejos de casa vine yo a encontrar. Go ahead.
October. It's coming. It's coming. It's the song of the crickets. They feel the October breeze, while Mr. Bear looks to fatten himself up. The first chill is already in the air, the kind that deliciously burns your cheeks as you walk. The trees have been crying leaves all day. 4 deer walk over them, feeling like they're off to see the Wizard of Oz. A raccoon has run out of the house. He fought with his wife tonight. Luckily, no one will see the bruise on his left eye. It's coming. It's coming. The crickets begin to sing again. Suddenly, the San Juan Mountains have given birth to the moon, while curious little fish watch her from the river. Oh, beautiful piece. How beautiful this little town among the mountains. How far from home I came to find you. Commissioners, I just want to thank you again for continuing this tradition. And I really want to thank you also for your wonderful service. As Joanna mentioned, I think her poem speaks to the great work that you do, and we are so proud of you and of our county. Thank you.
Thank you. I was wondering if Paolo and Joanna might be able to share those poems with us through an email so that we can post them and enjoy them a little bit longer. Would that be easy enough to do? Maybe to Carmen or yeah, in fact, I'm going to give you a copy of the resolution, Paolo, and it has Carmen's email address on it. So if you could, we'll talk about that offline, but include the poem, and Joanna, you know how to reach us. Okay.
Well, you know,
Okay, good. So, and then I just wondered too, if we could get a photo. I just would love to, commemorate and remember this time. So maybe the 3 of you and the 3 of us, and then that would be great. Oh, sorry, Lance. I got so swept away.
I also
Yes.
noticed that past serving poet laureate Ellen Metrick walked in the room as well. So,
Hi, Alice. Oh, okay. Perhaps you'd be in the picture as well as a former poet laureate. Well, okay, all right. You're well, no, with that. Thank you. Okay, I'm a little emotional, but Lance, you wanted to say something. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Madam Chair. I wanted to move to approve resolution 2025.
I will second that.
Any more tears or discussion?
No more discussion, but maybe some more tears.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well, with enthusiasm. The motion passes unanimously. Muchas gracias a todos. All right. All right, quick break for a photo, and then we're going to get on to the next item on the agenda.
I was so pleased to share.
I'd say either over there, this is a kind of a, that's a better backdrop.
Thanks for keeping business going.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you, everybody, for your patience as we celebrated our new poet laureate, Paulo Munguia, who I want to make clear is a bilingual Spanish-English speaker.
We need to get moving on to our next.
Yeah, okay. So let's, we'll all settle down, quiet down. We're missing a commissioner. He will be right back. Oh, we didn't get to do that. Maybe,
We'll be back.
would anyone else need a bio break? Because this conversation
Maybe we
could
take
go.
2 minutes.
Yeah, let's just do a quick bio break because then we have a 2-hour meeting planned here or agenda item. So we'll be back in 2. Sorry about that, guys. Ready when you are, Nancy.
You guys.
Okay. Do you want to start the recording? Okay, welcome back, San Miguel County. The time is 10:32. We just had a quick bio break after our first few agenda items. Apologies to those in the room and those online who are here specifically for item 8A that we're running a bit late, but we will give it the full 120 minutes that we have agendized if necessary. I just want to note that the Board of County Commissioners is now sitting as the San Miguel County Housing Authority, and any actions taken will be as that body. I also want to mention that I have what may be perceived as a conflict of interest. Let's see. The following agenda item will involve discussion of deed restricted properties within San Miguel County and the operation of certain covenants and restrictions. In the interest of transparency and to address any perceived conflict of interest, I would like to disclose on the record that I am an owner of deed restricted property within San Miguel County and have entered into a covenant with the county for that property. I do not believe this will impact my ability to remain fair and impartial for purposes of today's discussion.
Commissioner Brown, I have the same position and I feel the same way.
Okay, thank you. I am now going to turn this over to Maura Fahey, our county attorney, and Jared Biggs, our deputy county manager, who will provide a bit perhaps of background and context, and then, or maybe perhaps dive right into the presentation I know you've been working on carefully for the commissioners and the public. So take it away.
Still Mike's mic.
Oh, before you do that, I had this on another copy of my agenda. I just want to kind of lay out how I would like the kind of the 220 minutes to go. As I mentioned, Jared and Maura will be making a presentation. And during that time, commissioners may interrupt with questions, and certainly we may also have questions when it is complete. I'll ask that the public refrain from questions during that time because we want to kind of, as normal procedure, get the commissioners to flush all this out with staff. After that, we will open it up to public comments and questions. There will be a 3-minute limit per person, as is standard in this room. And then as those questions and comments are being made, I imagine others up here will be taking note of them. We will not respond immediately unless it's just a quick yes, no, or something like that. But we would rather not have like a dialogue or debate. We'd rather just manage this with people asking all their questions, all their comments, and then as we are able, staff and the commissioners will respond to those after that sort of set of questions are asked with information or whatever other response we are able to make. As you all know, there's a second session this evening of this meeting from 5 to 7. And so any questions that we can't answer immediately on the fly we will take some time during the break to try to get answers to those so that we can incorporate those into our presentation and conversation this evening. And then anything that we can't anything we can't address during that break and during that meeting, there will be a process to follow up, which is to be determined depending on what the outstanding questions are and that kind of thing. If there is time within the 120 minutes after the presentation, commissioner questions, public comment, and questions response to that, we'll actually have time. If there is time, we'll have a second round of public comments and questions so that if folks in the audience have any kind of follow-up that they would like to make. But again, avoiding that, that back and forth. Anything that is left hanging at the end of 120 minutes, which will be 12:32, we invite folks to attend the evening session and try to get that addressed then. And then obviously you can always email the commissioners with follow-up comments and questions. And we'll see if we take action today, or perhaps we'll need time to think about it. And there may, in fact, even be another round of this kind of public meeting. We'll see how it goes. Any questions on that or any thoughts? Does that make sense? Okay. So with that, I will now properly turn it over to Jared Biggs, Deputy County Manager. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, commissioners, and good morning. And just as as you explained that process, and particularly as it goes to questions, I think one of the key points that I will hit time and time again in this presentation is we're speaking to this very broad program, and every single house and every single deed restriction in the program, we can't speak to every single one. There's going to be nuance. There's going to be differences. We'll talk about timeframes and how some of those differences have developed over time. But as people listen and think about this in their own context, I just reiterate, I think that everybody has to read their own set of rules and their own deed restriction so we can understand each case, because there are so many various cases in the county. So I just point that out as a reminder for everyone. And as we try to answer questions, we don't want to dive into a very specific single property question. That's not the intention of this discussion. So,
understood.
So with that, I will start this slideshow. As you mentioned, Commissioner Brown, we've been working on this for quite some time. Obviously, we've been having these discussions for a while. I do want to just acknowledge and give credit to my colleagues. Maura Fahey has jumped right in with both feet in trying to understand and unwind some of the legal questions that exist around these programs. We have engaged outside legal counsel on some of these questions. They've been incredibly helpful. Our new SMRHA director, Pam Schifrin, has similarly jumped in with both feet and been an incredible help and a really, really gracious in keeping our program running while some of the parts are questioned around it. So I want to acknowledge them. Kay Simonson, our planning director, it's been a big team effort. So I may have pulled some of the slides together, but it was all of us that kind of pulled this out and we'll present. So just to cover a bit of the topics and the big agenda, we'll kind of go through, as I have done with previous presentations, what's the purpose of the program in general overview. We'll talk a little bit about that timeline and a summary of that. We'll talk about the 2023 covenant amendments and why there were not land use amendments at that time. We'll talk about the particular legal questions that were posed, particularly last September, and what we asked some additional guidance on. And then we're going to start discussing some suggested next steps from staff to the board. And that's really what we want the board to consider and decide if this is, the desired course of action, so to speak. And you've already covered this, Commissioner Brown. We'll be collecting comments and questions, and I may have to rely on the recording if I can't write quickly enough, but we will work to try to address them as well as possible, but it might not be immediate. So I always like to just go back and point to the purpose of the deed restriction. This is in land use code. This was originally adopted in 1991. And I highlight that, it is to preserve a sufficient supply of affordable housing to meet the needs of locally employed residents in the Telluride R1 school district, while allowing customary free market unrestricted practices to influence the sale as much as possible. So we've got a particularly unique approach when you compare to a number of other organizations that have deed restricted policies around the state, around the country. We've worked really hard. A lot of people before me, before Maura, before Mike, before Pam have been working on this program. And they've been doing it with this guiding principle in mind. Now, I think sometimes those things shift over time. There's some focus on some areas, and we are maybe at another place to shift our focus or to change a little bit. But I'd like to make sure we're keeping our eye on the proverbial prize here. What is the point? Right. You all may recall this slide from a previous presentation from last September, just kind of showing what the bulk of our inventory in the unincorporated county looks like. This isn't exact. There's been some changes since, and I did not update this slide from last September, other than to make sure I called out a legend, because that was one criticism we got was, man, I can't quite read the darn thing, and that is completely on me. So just to orient folks looking at this, each neighborhood, so to speak, we have the total number of units, and then kind of the fraction is the number of units on the land use code versus the number of units that are on a covenant deed restriction. And so just again, to orient everybody to what our landscape kind of looks like. As the board knows, but it's worth repeating, we created San Miguel Regional Housing Authority, or SMRHA, to administer our program. And it was originally a partnership between the town of Telluride and the town and San Miguel County. There was a point in time when Town of Mountain Village was also a member, but they have since removed themselves from the authority and are kind of striking out on their own. We do have a really great relationship ongoing between SMRHA and the town of Mountain Village as well. I know there were meetings last week. I had a good meeting with Drew with the town of Mountain Village last week, talking about some of these similar things and many others. But it's just, I want to make sure everybody understands the role of SMRHA is to administer the deed restrictions for the county housing authority and this board that is sitting as that. There is an independent board, or I guess it's not independent board. There is a board of San Miguel Regional Housing Authority kind of helping to direct the day-to-day. Commissioner Waring and Mr. Bordonia sit on that board on behalf of the county. The town of Telluride also has representatives. And then we have one at-large member to that board, Matt Lewis, who's been a really great addition as well. So that's kind of the structure we have for managing these deed restrictions, just for clarity's sake as we walk through this. So now we'll get into the meat of it. So the land use code deed restriction, or LUC restrictions. I'm going to kind of spell out both the land use code restriction, the covenant restriction, and kind of talk about the history of each. So the first land use code restriction came to and was adopted by the county in May of 1991. And this was within the county's land use code. I think that at that time it was section 15. And it spelled out, again, that need that I led the presentation with. Why is it needed? And it gives us a little bit of the history of this has always been a consideration of the county since the 90s. It was a consideration before this code was put in place. But the county, excuse me. Apologies.
You're good.
Good thing I got the water.
Yeah.
But the county really started to undertake an effort to address some of those issues. Because prior to that, it was the free market that was taking care of housing issues within the county. Town of Telluride may have had a similar program, but it, again, that was formative. And I think it is also valuable to point out that as a county, we've been working on this quite a long time. With the advent of new rules and of new requirements of the state, I know housing is a very particular focus at the state level today. But when we talk about housing, a lot of it is we've been doing this a long time. And it's not to say we're doing it right, wrong, or indifferent, right? Every local government can do this in kind of different ways and have. From our neighbors in Pitkin County, we see, Mike and I have had a couple conversations with folks in Archuleta County because they are kind of building from scratch today. So it's interesting to watch the evolution of these programs over time and their postures and how they do end up changing over time. And so I just go back to that history and look, and in that original land use code restriction from 1991, we had some of these factors. So qualification of an employee for those purposes, which required primary and sole residence within the R1 school district, earning a living in the R1 school district. And this is where we got the current levels that are in land use code of 30 hours per week for at least 8 months. The deed restriction runs with the land for 50 years following recordation of the document, prohibits ownership of other residential property in the R1 school district, could not be amended without consent of owner unless the amendment was less restrictive. There was a transfer fee of 2% at that time, and that went to fund the activities of San Miguel Regional Housing Authority and the San Miguel County Housing Authority. And rental was allowed for qualified employees. So these are the big ticket qualifications that were built into that original deed restriction. Some folks who are here may remember that deed restriction and the land use code it lied therein was amended that same year. So it was adopted in May, and then almost immediately there were issues that were identified. I believe there were some banking considerations that maybe there was hesitance to lend on these properties, so there had to be amendments. So there were amendments almost immediately and almost annually for the following 4 years. And then it continued, and there was a much more significant amendment in 2001 that removed the amendment provision that had previously been in the land use code, among a few other items. And then since 2021, there have been amendments to the land use code, but they've been relatively minor. Again, if you look at the land use code deed restriction today, as it exists in our LUC, you're going to see a lot of similarities in terms of number of hours, in terms of how it runs with the land for 50 years, so on and so forth. So there are a lot of things that have changed and a lot of things that have not, as we have moved through time. But I point out kind of that land use code amendment, how it changed a lot in those first 10 years as we were learning lessons, and how I think it really caused the genesis of why the covenant was developed. So a lot of folks starting in 2021 or 2001 and through the 20-aughts, we're considering, hey, I'd like a little bit more certainty. That's what I've heard, right? I'd like to have something a little bit more clear. And again, there are folks who were in those rooms at the time who are here and may be able to speak to it further. But the covenant restriction was developed and adopted in 2010. And again, that document, lessons have been learned over time and has been amended as well by action of the County Housing Authority. But to point out what the main items in that 2010 covenant were, it's very similar. Primary residence within the 4-county region for 8 of the 12 months. Earning qualified income of 32 hours in a 12-month period. There was a specific date that it continues till May 18th, 2042, with an option of extension by the Board of County Commissioners. And I believe that was in recognition of the 50 years that the original land use code would have been on. It prohibits ownership within the R1 school district and allowed a 1-year grace period if somebody needed to sell a property in that area. Continuing residence standard, among other things. The 2016 and 2021 amendments, those took place as there were issues with the covenant that were identified. They extended the term to, one of the biggest things was that it extended the term to 100 years. And we'll talk a little bit more about how the 2023 amendments took place and what they do differently in just a few minutes. So, any questions so far?
Commissioners? No.
And I put together this slide just as to give a little bit of a visual representation of how this has come together. Starting in the 1990s, everyone would have been under the land use code. And we can see in 2010, that's when a new option really became available to folks. If they were qualifying for a home, they could decide which avenue they would like to pursue, whether they'd want to be under the land use code or want to be under a covenant. So we started a little bit of a review of deed restrictions, and it really started in 2023. Proposed amendments were brought to the County Housing Authority, and that was done on July 5th. And at that meeting, there were actually land use code amendments that were prepared to mirror what was in the covenant. But because those had not gone to the planning commission prior to that meeting, they were kind of set aside because it is a two-step process in order to make a land use code amendment. So what the county decided to do at that time was to approve the amendments to the covenant that included a few things. The number of hour requirement went up from 2032 to 1200. With the minimum of 30 hours in 8 months to a 40. That was conformed over the retired, disabled, and unemployed scenarios that existed within the covenant. And there was some additional definition of qualified and non-qualified income because that had always been a perpetual question because the original land use code and the original covenant references receiving revenue or receiving income primarily from the R1 school district. So it worked to try to define that further, just for better understanding.
Jared, question, is that when the concept of physical presence was raised? Is that in the 2023 covenant?
So the physical presence question, as I understand it, it existed prior. And again, it was kind of on this, I wouldn't say tenuous, but it was something that was questioned all the time. Is physical presence required? And there were a number of factors that I reviewed in a previous presentation where they said, here's how we evaluate physical presence. Where is your money generated? Where is your voter registration? All of these other factors. So it was brought up at that time to try to use these definitions to affect that physical presence requirement. But it had been an ongoing question and concern that they were trying to further define.
But is that requirement included in the 2023 covenant, or is it just something that had been discussed?
I can speak to that.
Yeah.
So the first version of the covenant, the 2010 version of the covenant had that the definition of qualifying income is income that's earned from employment that either requires physical presence in the R1 school district or necessitates physical presence in the district to provide goods or services to residents.
Okay, so that kind of was introduced in 2010.
Right.
With the first covenant.
Yes.
Thanks.
And it's really, they're using that qualified income definition to try to get at that physical presence required.
Thank you.
Right? And so it was further discussed because it had been challenged and questioned over the time that the covenant existed. And at that time, the representatives of SMRHA were trying to figure out how to help define things more clearly for folks and themselves in terms of administration. So.
Yep.
So similarly, when we look at what happened with the land use code amendments, as I mentioned, they were kind of put aside at that meeting on July 5th of 2023 because they hadn't gone through the two-step process. Last year, as you all may recall, we initiated that two-step process to conform those land use code amendments to the covenant. That went to the Planning Commission on June 13th. It came before the Board of Commissioners on July 3rd, or on July 10th, rather. And at that time, the commissioners heard a lot of public input, a lot of concern, and kind of said, let's pump the brakes on this. Let's talk about it. And it's really what started our path towards where we are today in terms of evaluating these questions and trying to get clear on it. So, and so kind of that last bullet, throughout the fall and winter, we sought legal review of a number of questions, and we worked with SMRHA staff. As the board recalls, we also got a new county attorney, got a new SMRHA attorney, got a new SMRHA director So some of the delay was because we simply had turnover and we were trying to get everybody up and running again. But also, these questions aren't particularly straightforward, so we had to work through them. And again, I credit our legal team. I did not mention Nancy Willis. It goes without saying that she's done a heck of a lot of work on this. So, but as we move ahead, like I said, we're just trying to figure out, we're not saying anything was done wrong. We're just saying, let's answer these questions and figure out how we move forward. So the first kind of question that we asked was, and I'm just going to read it. Does a land use code deed restriction apply based on the code as it existed at the time of purchase or a vintage of code? Or would it be subject to a changing land use code? We had received guidance previously about a changing land use code, but after review and consideration by a couple different legal minds, they agreed that the land use code at the time of a property transaction would apply to an owner. And we'll talk a little bit more in the next one about what term applies for that.
Jared, can I just make one note?
Please do so.
By time of purchase, we mean the time that the property was first deed restricted. So the first transaction, not every single subsequent.
Good. That's important to clarify.
So that the code carries with the property regardless of ownership. Is that what
Correct.
you're? Yeah.
And we may as well just go to the next question.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you covered all that because there's a lot more on the page.
Well,
Those who purchase land code would rely on the vintage of land use code with less restrictive amendments and less. Okay.
So we did find that there are some deed restrictions that include what we're calling as amended language, which would again give people a different, if you're under that land use or under that land use code reference, it would mean that you would live with that code as amended. So again, this is one of the big challenges is the research, is there are codes that are very specific to, kind of the blanket statement that whatever vintage applies and would carry with the land.
Okay, so can I just say that in like my own words and see if I am
Please do.
hearing you correctly? So you're saying there may be some deed restrictions that say you are subject to the land use code as amended. But if your deed restriction doesn't say that, then that property is subject to the land use code that was in place at the time the property was purchased. The original, okay. Do I have that right?
Originally restricted, yes.
When it was first deed restricted.
And that's a little different from what we had been saying, because we had been saying, we, the county or the county housing authority had been saying, or we believed based on our attorney's interpretation, that a property on the land use code would be subject to the evolving land use code. But that's only the case if that particular deed restriction, and we know there are probably 267 of them, more or less, or unless it says subject to the land use code as amended. Okay, so this is a shift.
Yes.
From the way we've been managing things. Okay.
Can I make one other note on this point? So,
Yeah.
So that provision that Jared referenced earlier that was in the original land use code that prohibited amendments without the consent of the owner unless they were less restrictive. Although that was removed in 2001, I think I won't say with absolute certainty, but 99% that all of our properties in the county that are on the land use code, that change wouldn't have made a difference because they were all deed restricted prior to 2001. Right. So that change, if it had any effect, would only apply to properties that were deed restricted after that date.
Right. And I think another distinction that I'm picking up on here is that, there were tons of properties that were subject to the original land use code because it was developed at the time that the two, a lot of properties were being developed, deed restricted properties, but it's possible that there have been properties that were developed like, you know, for the first time that happened later. And so those properties would be subject to whatever land use code was in place at that exact time, right? So is that right, Jared?
Yeah, I think a good example is, you know, within Lawson Hill, not all the houses in Lawson Hill were built before 2001,
Right.
right? So you would have properties in Lawson Hill that are subject to the land use code in the 90s.
Yeah, no, it's the original purchase of the land, not when the house was built.
Not when the house was built.
Right. But it's possible there are, I don't know, but maybe down in Ilium where there's some lots that were sold later by the developer and they would be subject, well, they have their own deed restriction.
And these.
Never mind, I don't want to complicate it.
It
Yeah,
gets deep.
But it's when the property was first acquired by the individual,
Right.
whatever land use code was in place at that time, that's the land use
No,
code.
it's on when the restriction went on the plat,
Ah, okay.
which was happened before the property
Was sold.
Just by an individual.
Thank
That's
you.
when the deed restriction first went into effect, was when it was on the.
We're just wait. No, Lee, we're going to answer that question later. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Laura, could you repeat what you just said?
So Lawson, El Desaro, San Bernardo, those were all deed restricted through the plats that created those subdivisions.
Okay.
So the date of the land use code is the date of the plat that applied that deed restriction to those properties. And that's with the caveat that is on the slide here. If a property owner signs something else later that says subject to the land use code as may be amended, that would change which version applies.
Okay. Does that help, Lance?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Glenn, any other questions on this slide?
No,
Okay.
that was very informative though, that's kind of a new light.
Okay. And I think then, okay, we just need to probably amend that question on the slide for the point that Maura made.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the next question that we asked is, does a deed restriction, either land use code or covenant, run with the land regardless of the transfer of property? And we got pretty clear guidance that the deed restriction does run with the land and by the parties to the restriction and their successors assigns to the same restriction. So it's very similar to what was just mentioned, unless somebody signs something thereafter, that deed restriction would apply to that property into perpetuity or until the term expires and can be transferred to somebody else as well.
Okay.
So it's not applying to the individual, it's applying to the property.
Okay. So that means that if I buy a house today, then I would acquire or would acquire the existing covenant or land use code that applies to that property. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, it doesn't, okay.
And it would be an option of yours to sign a different covenant if you would like.
So I could sign the updated current covenant.
Correct.
Or I could stick with what that property had already.
Correct.
Okay.
And again, the same caveat applies that there may be specific amendments that have been agreed to at some point that would change that ability to transfer or assign. And that would be a very specific case.
In that covenant, yeah. Okay.
Anything else more?
No.
Okay. The third question that we asked in particular was, for ownership qualification, would a new buyer be required to sign a new covenant, or do they have an option to retain the prior owner's deed restriction? Based on the previous answer, pretty clearly we got the same guidance that they would have the option to either remain on the covenant for land use code that existed or to sign the new covenant. And we did ask the additional question can the San Miguel County Housing Authority offer the new covenant? And the answer to that was yes. But the option is available for owners to do either or.
That's clear to me. Anybody? Questions?
Great. So those were the three big questions that we asked and resolved. And now, as you mentioned, Commissioner Brown, it does change the way we're administering the program. And so that's what we want to go into now, is how we are suggesting to you that we're changing our methods, or we suggest changing our methods, so we can move ahead with this new guidance. And so, again, credit to my colleagues. We've been working through this and how best to kind of manage changing guidance. And our approach includes the following. So in my discussions with Pam, we've been having a lot of conversation about how SMRHA will need to evaluate qualifications based on the current covenant or deed restriction from the previous owner, to allow buyers to either select, as we mentioned, the previous restriction from the previous owner, or if they would like to, the new covenant that we would ostensibly still want to offer, because it's been updated for a particular reason. So we will, as part of that exercise, be working to record acknowledgements, because as we've done research into the different deed restrictions in the past, there are places where there have been acknowledgements that, yes, I understand I'm subject to land use code, or I do understand that I'm subject to a covenant. But in a lot of those cases, that isn't recorded. It's not publicly available. And we want to make sure we're keeping a better record as we move forward. And I just, again, put the reminder that because this is going to be a lot of work, because we have to evaluate every single deed restriction as it comes in front of us. And so you can't just go to your neighbor and say, well, what do you have? Because it could be significantly different. It's going to be different by neighborhood. There will be similarities, but it's not going to be an absolute. You won't get the same deal your neighbor got as a rule. So. And just the note at the bottom here, because we asked about vintage land use code. So if somebody is subject to a land use code and that land use code was a vintage from the 1990s, we kind of have mixed record keeping on those versions from the 1990s. So we have one big compilation of the land use code from 1991, and then we have amendments via resolution for years. And so it wasn't all compiled every time there was an amendment. So staff are working on trying to get all of those amendments into one spot, so that people can understand what they may be subject to, what they may not. And I would point out as well, the slippery slope with this is also, if a resolution included two things, and one was less restrictive and one was more restrictive, the less restrictive item would automatically apply, but the more restrictive one would not. So there's kind of a sliding scale of less restricted through time that makes it challenging to really track. So again, it's going to be very specific for so many of these units. Any additions to that, Maura?
So at some point, we will have compiled like each variation or version of the land use code at given points in time based on amendments that have been made over time, because they're not necessarily the code isn't rewritten each time. So we're going to kind of do that for
That
all
is-
various points in time. And I'm looking at a person back there who I expect might be doing that work. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Jared.
Any questions about, so this is particular to new transactions, moving ahead. And then we'll go to previous transactions. So any
Okay.
questions about new transactions moving ahead?
And these are not new properties. These are just new transactions of existing properties.
Correct.
Right, okay, yep.
The second is, for existing properties, we are suggesting an option for reversion to the previous restriction. And I'll get into this a little bit more in terms of explanation. So our suggestion is that for properties that have sold since June of 2023, we want to engage as part of our compliance process that is coming up in an option to revert for those properties in that time period that were transferred in that time period. A couple specifics are, this would not include properties in Pinion Park or Rio Vistas, and you're right, I overheard you. I mean 22. I put the wrong number on that. So June 1, 2022, my apologies for the oversight there. But this would exclude the properties in Pinion Park and Rio Vistas because those are on specific covenants that are specific to those two projects. And as we're going through the compliance process, we envision this being a process where it covers everybody who would be subject to the new covenant that was adopted in 2023. It covers the time period where SMRHA was doing some enhanced compliance and really ramping up the compliance process. And it also covers the statute of limitations for these property transactions. So that's the rationale we use for the 3-year time period. Any questions about that?
Not for me.
I think I might maybe choose a different word than enhanced compliance. Instead of compliance, it sounds Doge-like. I think that the more appropriate term might be that compliance was up to snuff and at standard, and that perhaps our previous leadership had been a little less not stringent, but a little less careful about doing the job exactly as specified.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Waring. You know how diplomatic I can be sometimes.
Can I just add, so I think this was on a prior slide, but I don't know if we called it out explicitly, but this is because we have heard concerns that owners feel like they were required rather than given an option as to whether to sign the latest covenant. And so this is, we don't know for sure whether that occurred or not. But this is our proposal to try and make that right if someone does feel that they were not given the option and were required to come on to the latest version of the covenant.
Thanks. I think that's important to know.
All right. Any other questions? And thank you, Maura. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about the upcoming compliance process. So our biennial deed restriction compliance is scheduled to start this fall in mid-September, and I've got a little bit of a time frame on a later slide. And for these purposes, the materials that were required in my conversations with Pam and SMRHA, the materials are common. So what you have to provide to SMRHA for a compliance process won't change significantly whether you're on a covenant or a land use code restriction. So this process shouldn't change most people's compliance process. It will only change for those owners who are being offered a reversion. So we've been working on our list of ownership or transfers that have happened in that time period, and would be sending letters to those folks, and they would need to provide their compliance documentation, but then they would have another amount of time to kind of think about which option they would like to pursue.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. If you don't have an answer, that's fine. But do you know approximately how many properties this would apply to?
I think it's 32, 33.
Okay. Thanks.
I was using 35 as a big
Somewhere in
a
that
big
zone.
ballpark, right?
30 to 35.
Okay.
So that's just kind of a look at what our compliance process would look like. There'd be an added kind of notification for those owners, those 30 to 35 owners. And they would have time to get back to us on whether they want to exercise a different path.
Whether they want to revert.
Right.
Okay.
And to that point, it would be revert to what the previous owner had. So
You don't get to just pick the best one for you.
Correct.
You get to pick the one that was most recent.
Right.
Thank you.
So with that, if you all sitting as a housing authority agree, what our intentions are is to start communicating about this process change and make sure people have a heads up that they may receive an option to revert with their compliance process this fall. And we'll be coordinating to develop pre-compliance letters that will go out to everybody. Again, specifying that everybody's particular situation may be different, but that we know one neighbor might receive an option to revert, and we don't want other neighbors to say, well, where's mine? Because there are very specific reasons that those were sent to those individuals. And I just have the reminder again, this would not apply to those sales, Pinion Park, Rio Vistas, or ADU restrictions, because those are completely different restrictions that exist. So. And this is a draft timeline, but what that would look like is conceptually, we would be sending just a pre-compliance notice. And I put in mailer, but most of this is actually done by email with most of the owners. So we would send those pre-compliance notices to individuals approximately the 1st of September. We would send compliance and option notices in mid-month about the 15th. And then folks have 21 days to get their compliance paperwork back to SMRHA, but we would give 60 days to consider an option to revert. If we didn't receive a response from an individual on an option to revert, they would just continue with what they had signed previously. And I think that is actually my last slide. So
Right.
I would ask.
Can I just make one more
Please,
note?
Maureen.
Please do so.
For the record, because both Commissioners Brown and Waring disclosed your ownership of deed restricted property. This proposed 3-year time period would not include either of your properties.
Because, yeah, I bought my house 5 years ago and you're even longer. So we would not be offered the option to revert.
Correct.
Okay. Any more questions from the commissioners at this time, or are we ready for public comments and questions?
I'm ready to hear from the public.
Okay, great. So I think what we'll do, I just want to remind everybody that we'll take all public comments and questions. I'll alternate between folks in the room, folks online. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. We're not going to respond yet. We're going to try to keep track of all the questions and comments. and then review those, you know, real time with staff and see what we can address in this meeting. Anything we can't address, we will try to get answers to before the next session. And then anything we can't address then, we'll address later. If we get through the whole question, comment, and response process once, and there's still time before 12:32, which would be 120 minutes, we can go do it again for follow-up questions and comments. Does that make sense? Everybody clear? Okay. So I will start with folks in the room. Carmen, do you have the timer on Zoom? Great. Okay. So is there someone in the room who would like to speak? Mr. Rufa, as everybody is called, please come up to this table here and speak directly into the microphone so it's picked up on Zoom. Introduce yourself and indicate your where you reside and any affiliation that you'd care to share.
My name is Lee Rufa. I live up in El Tesoro subdivision. I'm part of the original land use code. I've been now part of this process for 3 years now with this whole thing, 2.5 years. The question I have is for the county attorney, since the Regional Housing Authority attorney is not here. One of the big questions that we brought up originally a year ago is the land use code a living document, and does the county have the right to change it? And before you answer that question, that line item was always portrayed by the Regional Housing Authority that the land use code was changing. And therefore, when you were offered the covenant, their sales pitch was sign the covenant, we won't change it on you. But with the land use code, we can always change it on you. And a lot of people were never given those options. And now that we have correct information, the question I'm wondering is, are those people been harmed by actually signing the new covenant, which is more restrictive than the original land use code? In my case, I'm in El Tesoro. I go off the 96, 94 land use code. If you compare that to the covenant that Ann signed, it would make no sense. You know, mine's like 12 lines long. It really has, it's a very new thing. And so that was one of the big questions that I had, because there's a lot of people that are outside of this 3-year mark that were not given that option, were made that sales pitch. And when Lance was here last year in the fall, he specifically addressed the county attorney, the housing attorney and the head of the director, and asked them the question, are you giving people options? And the answer was on record, no. So I think this 3-year window that you guys are trying to unwind needs to go further back and start addressing the individual times that you actually spoke with those people. Because I think you're going to find more of those people that actually were never given a choice. And so the big question is the land use code a living document? Do you as a county have the right to change it on us if it's recorded on our plat?
Okay, noted. Thank you. We'll respond to that after we collect all the questions and comments. Shelley Duplan is the first person I've seen raise their hand online. Can we unmute her and ask her if she can share her video? Just so that we can actually communicate fully.
Hi, this is Shelley Duplan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can I do video too? Okay, there I am. Okay. Thank you. So this is a lot of information to digest, and appreciate all the work that the county has done and staff, and it's significant. These homes are the foundation of the lives of all these deed restricted owners. It's an emotional issue, as you can imagine, for everybody. And rather than respond to, the information that's been presented today, I want to talk a little bit about kind of the process and the fact that it's I think just maybe a little unreasonable to expect that we can have a real concise response in a 3-minute time frame and asking questions without the ability for some of these HOAs and their boards to look at some of these proposed changes and how it affects every single one of the owners in these deed restricted communities. And the county's had 9 months, half a dozen executive sessions, legal guidance. And, I think it would only be fair if these communities and the HOAs have an opportunity and time to understand these changes that are being presented to us. And so that we can provide a reasonable and an informed response to all of you, and how we believe that these changes are going to affect the properties. And I know you had mentioned, Anne, that there can be future discussions, and I would highly encourage that, because I think today you're going to get sort of a knee-jerk emotional response to some of these changes. And don't get me wrong, these changes are good and very much needed. I don't really agree with the statute of limitations issue on 3 years. I think that, you know, when that this issue was brought up last year, I think that's when the clock starts ticking on the notice that, you know, something needs to happen on a reaction of what the county is going to do with these issues. Not, I think there has to be a lot more time that you have to go back for this reversion. So I think that at the closing of my statement, there has to be some time allowed to these communities to respond to this, because I don't even know where to start really on with the questions and some of the responses that I need to provide to you. So thank you. I think this is a great step in the right direction.
Thank you, Shelley. And just so other people don't have to use their 3 minutes to ask that we provide additional time for community feedback. Again, just want to repeat that if at the end of this session, we feel like that has been requested and is necessary, we will absolutely take that time. So please don't be concerned about the process being rushed. At this point, as you said, it's been 9 months that it took us to come back to you for all sorts of reasons. And if we need to provide more time for the community, we absolutely will. So anybody else in the room? I'm so sorry, I don't know your name. Annalisa, please come forward. I do know your name. It just wasn't right there. Apologies. And please introduce your full name.
Annalisa Riebel. I'm the president of Alpine Title. I do help out Lawson Hill, and I live in Mountain Village deed restricted property. My main question would be, as a representative of a title company and representing the real estate community, I really appreciate the effort it would take you to compile that list. I know it will take a long time, but we would like to know the transparency of the deed restricted list when it's done, because we have to make exceptions and requirements on title commitments. We rely heavily on the SMRJ to give us that information. But when people are considering making offers on properties, when they're asking us what applies to a property, because that would change our exceptions specifically. And yeah, certainly I could look back at the date and understand, but I also train other title examiners all over 7 states. So this is a specific kind of thing where there would need to be some sort of database or way to reference. I like the idea that you're talking about going back and recording some sort of acknowledgement. But in the interim, we would need a place to look, I guess. And so keeping our community informed would be super helpful. So I'd appreciate that.
Can I just clarify? Are you asking for a list of the properties that have an option to revert?
No, we was talked about like the different things that apply to different properties, you know, like the date that one subdivision was platted would be one LUC that applies.
Sure.
So that would have certain things.
Okay.
Another date, a different thing was platted. So, and then not all of them are done by plat. Others were done by covenant, you know, like for the whole subdivision, you know, I know from my research that it's different. And so when it is compiled, having it someplace transparent so that we could reference that would be super helpful. And I just would like to reiterate, the amended language when it was stuck in there and it was not pointed out to people. I think that could be a really sticky wicket. Like I could see a lot of title claims and title attorneys making some big claims on that.
Okay, just to clarify, are you talking about when the amended language was put in or taken out? Because the big
Put in, like, well, taken out, like
it can only be amended if you agree to it. When that was taken out so that
Right.
it can be living,
Right.
I could see some huge title claims and
Okay.
that would be ugly. So I think that should be considered. I agree that the reversion should go back further. That's it. That's all. What?
Actually, I think this is a question from Maura, but it was my understanding that the language that was changed was an inclusion of the phrase as amended.
Right, that's why I say added, but I wasn't sure what I was specifically referring to what Laura said as a response
Maura.
earlier.
Maura.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Maura. I'm sensitive to getting names right. I get it.
So I think there's two different things that we're talking about here. So there's the language in the land use code that existed originally that said the code could not be amended without owner consent. That was removed in 2001. I think we can debate what effect that actually had on could future restrictive amendments be applied because that language was removed. I think the advice we have received is no.
Right.
The removal of that language didn't actually make any difference. The as amended language that we're talking about that may appear on individual properties is if someone's warranty deed or acknowledgement or somewhere in the chain of title, they signed something that said this property is subject to the deed restriction in the land use code as may be amended, which would mean the land use code as a living version would apply to that property because they signed something saying they agree that they're subject to the land use code as may be amended.
So specific to that, she's
I just
referring
realized
to a deed.
We're now in a back and forth thing. So
Okay.
Clarify what I think was two different things we were talking about.
Yeah.
in terms of
One thing, just give me 30 seconds.
go ahead.
A lot of the deed restrictions were recited on warranty deeds. They didn't sign the warranty deed, but it could be a typical title exception for a title company would be to add as amended to the end of that paragraph to protect themselves from issues just like this. And those buyers didn't sign that deed. So I would not want them harmed by someone taking that as amended language and applying it to that buyer just because the way the deed restriction was recited on the deed and that was added to the end of the paragraph to protect the title company from claims caused by a living LUC.
So you're, just because I want to be clear so we can
Sure, that's a much
respond.
longer conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. It might be a longer conversation. So I guess my question to the attorney, do you understand Annalise's question? Or her point, I guess? Okay, and then I doubt we'll be able to answer that today, but I appreciate that you brought it up.
And I'm not sure I want to be involved.
Okay.
That might be an underwriting attorney,
Okay.
but I just wanted to make sure that was clear because I heard when Maura say that and it lit off lights in my head.
We appreciate your being here with your expertise.
Thank
you. Which was signed. Okay. I'm moving to the online and I see Matthew Legault has his hand raised. Matthew, please unmute yourself and use your video if you are comfortable doing so.
There we go.
Take it away for 3 minutes with your snappy new haircut.
So I would like to say I do appreciate that you guys are offering the reversion. I was one of the people who were forced within days of closing to sign a new deed restriction. Cost me thousands of dollars fighting with the housing authority over it. So I do appreciate that. The 3 years is fine for me, but there are other people who were definitely forced to sign a deed restriction, and the housing authority did say that they were forcing those people. So I would encourage you to go and look and go, okay, when did we start forcing people? Before you do that 3-year cutoff. The 3 years statute of limitations, I do understand, but doing the right thing and doing the requirement by law is not the same thing. And sometimes doing the right thing requires more effort than following the law. So just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Matthew. Anyone else in the room? Yes, please. Ginny Gordon, come on up. And you might remind us all of your legacy in this tale.
Ginny Gordon. I'm a landowner in Telluride. I'm a commercial owner in Lawson Hill. And I am a former member of the board. I did retire in March, so I'm not officially representing Lawson at this moment in time. But you guys are amazing that you listened to people who had legitimate issues on this. And the time that you've taken is very, very appreciated. And the turnaround in where you are from where you were is also remarkable, but I think it leaves all of us a little bit dazed and somewhat confused as to how to approach this going forward with either the 35 people or an expanded number of people. I do believe, as had been stated by Matthew, that there are a lot of folks who were affected by this who just simply didn't know what their rights were, and the county was not at that point properly dealing with covenants and LUC issues. So I do support the thought that maybe this should be further back the issue. One of my questions is the enhanced compliance that you were talking about and statute of limitations on that. What about the policies? Administratively, the Housing Authority Board can make policies which have over the years become more and more onerous, I think is probably a safe word. And there was a lot of concern back in September about these policies that were requiring people to keep, they seem to be pushing towards W-2 wage earners and really being very difficult for self-employed people. And so my question is, are you going to look at your policies as well and how you're going to implement those policies relative to whatever the deed restrictions are now that we're going to be using, and reconsider the administrative nature of that versus the legislative component that seemed to be there because of the way the policies were being implemented. I'm assuming that this means that your LUC amendments that you were thinking about last September are at this point dead in the water relative to these deed restrictions because of this living document concept. So that's a question that I have. And when you do have covenant changes that you'd like to implement, those are only going to be offered along with a very clear understanding of what the alternative is to new buyers.
I'll just answer that, yes.
Yeah, okay. And I think
According
right
to
now, I just feel very overwhelmed. I agree with everything that Shelley had said regarding HOAs, although I no longer represent my HOA. I do feel that I have an obligation to the people out there to continue to try to get this so that it works for everybody and everybody knows and understands the process. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ginny. Is there anybody else online who would like to address the board with a question or comment? I don't see any hands. Anybody else in the room?
One more question I could ask.
Okay, Lee, step up to the microphone, please.
Important. I want to ask my question at a time.
Can you just introduce yourself, please?
Hi, it's Lee Rupa again, talking from Althasaro. Been with this process now for 3 years and just going through the different issues with everybody. One more final question, since we're talking about full transparency and working through to a better deed restriction. Over the years, Regional Housing Authority has given what I call exceptions to people. In other words, if you try to find what these exceptions are, there's really nothing recorded. And if we're going to move forward into a better way to let people understand what they can deal with and stuff like that, I think they should also be allowed to understand what the exceptions were that were given out there. If you talk to various people, they're going to tell you, well, they got the exception for this. They might have earned their income a little more over here, or they might have gotten divorced and they made the exception for the wife and the kids, even though they own 2 houses in the county. It's kind of put it out there in the same paper. Everyone knows what's out there, and then there's no hide and seek with it.
And
Thank you.
That's a legitimate question, so.
Thank you. Okay, looks like, anybody else in the room? All right, we will go back to staff to see which of any of these questions you feel prepared to answer right now. Have you all been taking notes? I have some here. You have, okay. So who wants to go? Confer, of course.
Can we take
We
that
do.
aside?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, please do. That will give me time to just identify which ones I think we might be able to answer here. So we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back 12:50. 12. All right, thanks, everybody. We just took a couple extra minutes. We wanted to get our ducks in the row so that we, excuse me, so we could respond to some of these questions as quickly as possible. So we are back now, and staff, I know you've conferred. I just want to remind everybody that what is in this document and what was presented are staff recommendations, that it will be up to the Board of County Commissioners to consider those, including all of the comments that we've received today and that we'll receive tonight and may be forthcoming. Personally, I would like to give this a little bit more time, I can say already, because I do understand the dazed and confused feeling. I think we're all there having, this is a big suggested shift. And so anyway, we can discuss that at the end, but I just want you to know that's where I'm feeling on that. So I'm going to turn it over to staff to answer the questions you've recorded, and then I'm just keeping track of the ones I've gotten, and imagine the other commissioners will too, that we may come back at you with. We'll go till 12:40 because we did take that break if we need to. Yeah.
Great. And I think Mr. Rufus' first question regarding whether or not the land use code is a living document is one Maura is able to answer. And I just wanted to reconfirm to everybody that might be listening, Maura is the county's attorney. She's not the county housing authority attorney. We contract with Lane Thomason for that, nor is she the SMRHA attorney. And some of these questions that were raised are things that we're going to want to confer with those two attorneys about before we give a response that is likely to have legal and financial implications for the residents as well as for the county.
So so any statement you're making today, Maura, do you feel comfortable making without conferring, or are these
relates to the land?
Wait 1 second. Are they subject to amendment or change?
I'm gonna speak based on the legal advice and recommendation we've already received from those attorneys.
Okay.
And with respect to questions that have come up that we feel that we need to dig in deeper, we will do that, and I won't try to provide an answer today.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So with respect to whether the land use code is a living document, I would give this a two-part answer. So on a high level, general basis, yes, we can change our land use code as we wish under the procedures provided in the code. But with respect to deed restricted properties, I think as we explained in some of the earlier slides, the advice we have received now and the position that we are going with now, or recommending to the board, is that the land use code for those properties that are deed restricted under the land use code, they are subject to the version that existed on the date that that property was first deed restricted, with less restrictive changes being applied, because that would not negatively impact the property rights of the owner. And then again, with the caveat that we've explained, if at some point in time in the title of that property, an owner signed something that said subject to the land use code as may be amended, then that property would be subject to the evolving versions of the land use code. So it is a property by property determination that would need to be made.
Okay. And if that isn't clear, Lee, when we get to round 2, you can ask for clarification. Commissioners, is that clear to you?
Yes.
Okay. What's next?
Several commenters asked for the commissioners to go further back than the 3 years. And I think that's a conversation we'd again like to have with those the county housing authority attorney before we make a recommendation to you. Obviously, that's a discussion and you'll have that final say about how far back. And so we'd like to basically make sure that we have all of our legal ducks in a row before we have that conversation with you. But I do foresee that we could have that conversation with the board at an upcoming regular meeting relatively quickly. So I
Okay.
don't think we can or should answer that, or and it's really not our answer, it's gonna be your answer, but we want to make sure that when we look at the numbers, the implications, potential unforeseen implications, we are able to brief you with all that before you make a determination, give direction to us.
That sounds reasonable.
Likewise, on the policy that is already existing, but to further clarify the difference between self-earned income and W-2 wage earners. That's something we would also like to come back to you in the very near future to have further discussion about, and that's somewhat outside of the deed restrictions, but more of a housing authority policy.
I'll just make a comment on that. I actually read that thing recently because I have a friend who is considering acquiring a piece of land, and they are 1099. And what we were asking for was a lot. It is a lot. So I do think that that might be worth revisiting. But we will wait to hear from staff and so forth on that.
Then I think the only or the other question that we heard was a publishing or a list of the exceptions that have been granted. We know that those are all public records, and that's something that we would defer to the board to give us direction on. And I think rather than perhaps piecemealing it, we're bucketing these questions that we're going to be coming back to you with next regular meeting or the one thereafter, but not waiting months. And so I'd like to give you that opportunity at that time and try and address not one question today, one question next meeting. I'd like to have a follow-up to this meeting to then say, okay, here's what we researched, here's what our recommendation is. You guys give us your direction and then we'll act on that. Yes.
There is also a similar but very different question posed from Mrs. Rubel about a compiled list of the ongoing land use code amendment and how that applies to various properties. And I'd like to address that as well.
Yeah. So we are working on sorting out what is the best and most effective way that we can communicate this to all the owners. So we are working on compiling the iterations of the land use code, as well as trying to sort the title history, though I would say we cannot give individual owners any legal advice. It is on each owner to, do their title work. We will help provide those documents, but we can't, go beyond like, here's what it says. But we are working on that, and we will be coming up with a plan for how we're gonna effectively communicate that information and make it usable to the property owners.
Yeah, and understood it's an administrative, very heavy lift. And I think the board and the public need to understand that, that's going to take some time and to figure out process for making that available.
Yeah.
Mike, I just wanted to clarify what you said, that exceptions are a matter of public record. My understanding is that some exceptions are made at the administrative level and some are made at the BOCC level. Are all of those a matter of public record?
I know that the ones that have come to the commissioners are
Yeah.
the administrative ones. I would have to look because I know we've had a lot of transition in the administration of SMRHA. To make sure that those are all public. But to understand-
Let's circle back on that too,
Yeah.
if you don't mind. And also whether that, if it's appropriate to make those public record or not. It's possible that there's a reason that they weren't or aren't or whatever. We're not asking to like violate state law or privacy acts or anything like that. No. Anything else from staff?
I think there was one other question from Jenny Gordon about are the land use code amendments that were discussed previously dead in the water? Of course, that's a decision for the board to make, but I just wanted to make the point that the board could still adopt new land use code amendments as it wishes to update the deed restriction in the land use code as may be applied to new properties that the county is looking to develop as deed restricted properties. So that is something that could still be considered by staff and the board going forward. But that would not, those changes would not apply to those properties that are under the land use code as it existed when the property was first deed restricted.
Thanks for that clarification.
Okay, those were the questions and comments and stuff that I thought needed a response to, so thanks. Is there any member of the public who would like to make a follow-up statement or has a follow-up question? We have plenty of time. Lee Rufa, come on up. You don't have to introduce, well, just, I introduced you. So you're, but get right up next to the mic because that's how we communicate with the people on Zoom.
Once again, we're all thrilled with the board, what they've done. I mean, it's been a 3-year process and it's really been very lengthy and long and stuff like that. But the question I'm addressing the board, you know, now that we're on the same page and we're actually taking care of our community now and the individual members of our community, how is the board going to treat all the people that were wrong by the predecessors before the, you know, the current San Miguel Regional Housing Authority? There might be people that have lost their homes because the current attorney at that time felt that the land use code was a living document and they had the right to change it and they forced them out of their house. Or somebody who might have lost their rental, or somebody that the current director at the time didn't like the way they spoke and how they treated them. Because this is a bigger picture than just we got a 3-year statute of limitation. This is about our community and how we treated people, and now we're moving forward. But if you go back in the history, back to the time before the covenant was even done, people lost their homes. People were forced out by the county. They were forced out by the board. And the presiding person at that time was Lois. And
She was the attorney.
She was the attorney, but she was the one that drove that issue. And we've now just determined that the stuff that she's dragging the issue on may not have been legal by the outside legal counsel. All I'm asking you guys as the board, how are you guys going to address all of those people that might have been wrong? Are we going to do an audit? Or are you just going to sit there and go, as someone said earlier, doing what's right is outside the statute of limitations? Or are you actually going to go back and dig?
Thank you. Matthew Legault, I think you were the next person or the first person online to raise their hand again. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I just had one other thing. In regards to issues with the housing authority, one of the ways that you guys have put in place is to request a hearing. The previous administration, when you asked for a hearing, just told you no, and there's no other route to go to request a hearing other than to the people telling you no. So from an administrative point of view, that might be something that I would ask that the board take a look at and go, the same people telling you no or the same people denying the hearing to try to change the no answer. Because that seems kind of a conflict there.
Okay, I think that is something we can address after we take the rest of the comments, or at least I'll try to. Thank you, Matthew. Anyone else in the room? Yes, please, sir, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. My name is Dylan Brooks. I wanted to thank all of you, 3 commissioners and staff, especially for working hard on this issue. Looks like it's moving in a positive direction. I would like to offer up some of my time to help in sorting out the 1099 versus W-2 question and the physical presence test, especially. As I've said in the past, I think we will increasingly be moving in a direction in the coming decades where physical presence to do a job is questionable. And it right now really comes down to the judgment of something of a revolving door of the staff who are presumably doing their level best. But you know, I've lost key employees that I think should have qualified. And there's not a whole lot of clarity when they're rejected as to how to appeal. So you know, having clarification both in the process and in the appeal process, I think are two important factors as we address that part of the qualification for housing.
Thanks, Dylan.
Thank you.
Moving back to online, I see Shelley Duplan.
Hi, thank you, Shelley Duplan, Aldosoro Ranch Homeowners Company. I just want to have the BOCC just consider also on this list of continued study is really the policies and compliance through the Housing Authority, where to make sure that there's not encroachment when it comes to the type of deed restriction, whether it's an original land use code, but the policies and procedures that are being applied to that original land use code really are not in compliance with that original land use code. And I think that's all going to come out once you guys study, you know, what you're able to enforce against whatever deed restriction is in play. I guess that's what I'm trying to say it, because I think what we've seen is kind of some overlap, like some enforcement against some original land use code owners that should not have to meet certain qualifications that you guys are enforcing currently. So I hope that's somewhat clear, but I think those enforcement and compliance issues need to be closely followed when it comes to which land use code or which version of the deed restriction covenant you're under. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Okay, moving on line to Matthew Allen.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi, we can.
Oh, great, thanks you, Ann. Hey, I appreciate you guys doing this. My name is Matthew Allen. I purchased one of the first lots in the first deed restricted subdivision of San Bernardo 30 years ago and built one of the first homes, and I'm still here. And I'm just reviewing my deed right now, and it states that although the San Miguel County Land Use Code may be amended from time to time, the R1 housing deed restriction recorded against the unit may not be amended. Amendments, however, to section 5-1305 shall apply to properties against which a certain R1 housing deed restriction already have been recorded, only if such amendments are less restrictive than the provisions they amend. So my deed specifically says that in the original deed restriction for the original deed restricted neighborhood, which was probably the first one in the state of Colorado, that the county commissioners did not have the ability to introduce more restrictive covenants than what was recorded in the first place. And I know you guys are only talking about allowing people in the last 3 years who've made a purchase to revert back to their original deed restrictions, but I feel like we should allow people who purchased the original lots and built their own homes to revert back to the original deed restrictions, because that's what's recorded in their deeds. And that's just my opinion, but I think it would help a lot of people who purchased the original lots and built the first homes, kind of to just give them the deed restriction they bought into. You know, at the time of this development, the county commissioners were all unanimous that the restrictions would never get more onerous, that the intent of the housing authority and the deed restriction process was just to allow an upzone, so that instead of one dwelling unit per 35 acres, which the county was beholden to, we could have a neighborhood like this where we have approximately 30 units per 35 acres, or Lawson Hill where there's probably 100 units per 35 acres. And so I would just hope that we could expand this beyond just people who purchased lots in the last 3 years to anyone who has developed their own lot or has a lot. And, you know, just back to the language that their deed has recorded, not what a previous county commissioners had decided they wanted to impose. Thank you. I appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Can I just make a point of clarification?
Yeah.
Without speaking to any individual property, if there is an owner that was the original owner and that from when the property was deed restricted, that property is still subject to whatever it was when it was originally deed restricted. So no change has been made to the deed restriction on that property, unless that owner for some reason signed a different deed restriction, which would be unusual. So if you're the original owner and that deed that you signed is what still applies on the property, that's what you are subject to. There's no changes that have been made that would apply to that property. And I just want to emphasize the point again that this will be a property by property determination because of, I think that's an example of where the language of that deed may be slightly different than what we see on plat notes or other deed restrictions. So it is going to be an individual determination.
Thanks for that clarification. That was online. Anybody in the room? Okay, anybody else online? Any other commissioners? Just want to see if there's anything that was just talked about that we can, yeah.
And this is from our initial round of questions, and it's one that Annalise brought up. I think that might be something that she and Maura could talk about offline. It sounded like the title background that you have, Annalise, is beneficial, and that perhaps you, Maura, and perhaps other attorneys and perhaps Pam could all put your heads together and try to work through some of those title considerations and make sure that whatever we end up doing doesn't run afoul of that existing system that needs to interplay with this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
That's all I needed to
Annalise.
hear. Appreciate it.
She said she'd be happy for anyone who missed that. I had one other thing. I wanted to address what Matthew Legault said about people who requested a hearing were told no. And I'm going to ask staff to clarify this, but my understanding is that if there is any, if anybody dealing with the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority staff feels that they were not treated appropriately in any way, whether procedurally or, in terms of just their manner, we have a very easy to access complaint system, which we set up actually over the past few years at the request of certain people in this room. And you just go, Mike, can you just tell exactly how that works?
Sure. So there's a button on the SMRHA website that says report a concern. It generates an email to the SMRHA executive director, myself and other members of the board that notifies us of the concern. And then the day-to-day supervisors of Ms. Schifrin is the current ED, are Ms. Donnell, the town manager of Telluride, and myself. We then meet with that. We try and investigate what the concern is, and then we bring it to the correct respective board, whether it's in the town of Telluride or the Board of Commissioners, to brief them on what that concern was and whether or not we have a recommendation of further action.
Great. So no one should ever feel that they don't have recourse or another step if they feel like they have been not appropriately treated. Jared, you want to clarify something?
I was just going to suggest, I'm unsure what the particular scenario is. I think it's something that we'd be willing to look into further if somebody felt like their appeal procedure was not granted to them. But it is kind of specific, so I would want to get more detail.
Sure. And then I will say, in addition to the button that says report a concern, we all have elected officials who represent us on the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority. In the case of the county, if you're unincorporated county, it's Lance. In the case of the town of Telluride, I believe it's Geneva Shawnette. Is that correct? So you can always reach out, and then the at-large person as well. You can always reach out to them. And if that doesn't work, you can always reach out to your elected, your county representative or your town council member. So you should never feel that that you're just told no by an individual and you don't feel it's fair that you don't have other steps to take. I think that's all I had to review.
Mr. Lego has.
Oh, Mr. Legault. Well, we are, okay, go ahead. It's your last time. Follow up to your follow-up.
Just so you know, I did actually go through that process, and the complaint I was told was only for how you were treated by the housing authority, not for general stuff.
Okay.
So there might be some confusion there.
Okay, well, I appreciate you clarifying that. And again, I would say if you did report a concern and it was kind of deflected, that you have other steps, which are the elected representatives on the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority Board and your elected representatives on the Board of Commissioners and Town Council. So, all righty. Okay, so I guess we need to talk about next steps. I'm going to suggest that we actually not make any decisions or give any direction until after this evening session, but I don't want to preclude other commissioners from weighing in on that.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to make any decisions without,
Yeah.
there's a lot to mull over here and there's more public to hear from. And I think we have already, we've heard a lot and there's a lot to think on. Yeah.
Okay, Lance, do you feel differently? Are you ready to propose a resolution?
Yeah, this wasn't a meeting set up for decision making. This was the meeting set up to have a conversation, hear the questions, and then take the time needed to find answers. I've heard our staff say very clearly that there are some questions that are going to need more time, and we're all willing to take that. So I've also heard our staff say that this is not another 9-month wait, but this is a 2-week to 1 month wait because that's our meeting cadence. And that if we find at the end of that month that we still have the need for more time, we'll continue to take it. I don't think anybody wants to be hasty, and we all know that we're going to end up with the best we can do today, and then we're going to change it again at some point in the future.
Thank you all for being here, for those of you online. And I really do want to thank our staff too, because it is a hard thing to change direction or to suggest changing direction when you had been given different direction previously. So I really appreciate that flexibility and willing to adapt.
And just to clarify, I apologize, Commissioner Gleason.
Yeah.
I'm on the report a concern tab of the website, and it is about any concern. It is not just about treatment of staff or by staff.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
I just thought it also important to mention a thanks to Jared for the presentation you gave that was laid out very clearly, and I just, yeah.
Come on, Lee, give him a round of applause. There you go. Thank you, guys. All right, so go ahead, Mike.
Before we break for lunch, I would like, this is not an agendized matter, but I know that wildfire with bluegrass about to start is a serious concern in the community. And I asked our Sheriff Dan Koval to join us because he was in a meeting with all the fire agencies and chiefs this morning. If you would entertain just a brief update from him regarding where we're sitting is with our fire status.
Sure. I actually do see on the agenda item 10B, discussion of the need for fire restrictions. Is that what you're talking
That was
about?
it, and I apologize. 'Cause
That's fine. That's not all. Would you like to move that up to before lunch so
Could
that we don't have to have Dan sit around, or
I'd love to if we could hear, because I know he needs to get
he needs to
elsewhere.
get going? Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
So we're going to move up now, item 10B, to right this minute. And we have our fairly newly appointed Sheriff Dan Koval in the room. Nice to see you, Dan. Come on up. Yeah.
Well, thanks. Shannon Armstrong reached out this morning. I was unaware of 10B on the agenda and she says, hey, what are they talking about? I said, I don't know, I'll talk to Mike real quick. Mike says, come on up. So I'm not quite sure what your agenda item was about, but I'll tell you where we're at in the county. So, and it was actually, I'm sorry, Mike, I misinformed you. It was yesterday morning. We had a meeting, not this morning. So all Montrose Fire Dispatch, Trace Rios, Forest Service, local entities, we have our weekly meeting on fire and fire potential. So right now, we haven't reached any of the trigger points to go into restrictions anywhere in our area, but we're very, very, very close. My anticipation is next week, we're probably going to hit that first trigger point to go into like a stage 1. So there are 4 factors, so you guys are aware when we talk about going into restrictions. One is that we need to be 96% or higher on our ERC, which basically put is what is the energy potential from a fire? What is the fuel load? What could it do if it caught, ignited? And so right now we're below the ERC. The second factor they take into consideration is how many human-caused fires have we seen in the past 7 days? We haven't reached that threshold yet either. Third is what is our live fuel moisture, not our deadfall and stuff like that. What are our 10-hour, 100-hour, 1,000-hour fuels? What are they doing? We're still borderline on our moisture levels. And then the fourth one, which is the one that's most important in my opinion right now, is no significant relief in the foresight. And we're not looking at any significant moisture for at least 3 weeks. So that is why I think next week we'll probably start to see restrictions going into effect. The sheriff's office will typically rely on the experts in the field, i.e. Forest Service, BLM, and our local fire protection agencies, and we'll follow suit usually with whatever they decide, because they are the experts in the field, literally. So that being said, we are very concerned about the wind events for this weekend and all the campfires at the Mary E and Sunshine, and I'm having a lapse of brain.
What's Lawson? No.
Not Lawson.
And Ilium or
No, that's in Mary E.
Oh.
The San Bernardino.
Yeah.
Oh.
That I can't.
Priest Lake. Yeah.
Priest Lake, yeah, up there. So those are areas of concern for us right now. Just because people are going to have their fires out and there are no restrictions right now.
Sheriff Cobalt, what ERC level are we at currently?
I don't know. They told us we hadn't hit the 96%.
Okay.
So I don't know where we're actually sitting on that.
I'm just wondering how close we are to that threshold. It sounds like we're quite close.
Very close.
Yeah.
Sheriff Cobalt, do we have the authority to institute a fire ban for those specific campgrounds that you mentioned because of the concerns that you listed and the knowledge that they will be very full during bluegrass? And
I'd actually have to look into that because those are regulated through the Forest Service.
Mhm.
And so they fall under Forest Service jurisdiction. And I don't know if our office can put bans in place on federal lands.
Understood. I am wondering, since you listed the 4 criteria that decision-making happens for posting a ban, there really isn't a place to add another 10,000 people, many of whom are camping in the woods, as part of the decision-making tree. And I'd like to somehow include that logic and wisdom into the decision-making if we can.
Yeah, I guess are you asking, is there any discretion, or are these triggers or these levels all very, set by statute or something?
They're standardized.
And I'm looking for a bluegrass exception if you like.
If I may, commissioners, I wonder, Sheriff Koval, if you could have a conversation with our district forest ranger, Megan Eno, today, if possible, to share that concern, given the dramatic influx in people that are not just in those campgrounds, but in other areas of the forest likely to be having fires. And then if she concurs or that influences her decision on those jurisdictional areas, if you would be able to give us a note back so that if there is the ability to implement something stage 1 immediately, we could get that message out because I think we're all very tense right now.
Yeah, I can absolutely call Megan today.
Thank you.
The next fire meeting's not until Tuesday, so this will be preempting that meeting, but I'll definitely see what she has to say.
Thank you very much.
I think what we're hearing or I'm feeling is that we are quite tense, and would it be appropriate to say that the commissioners are interested in discussing, like putting a ban in place now? Is that correct?
I think that if we
Yeah.
have the ability to override the findings that the experts have made, I would be willing to vote affirmatively to do a level 1 fire ban.
I may not have an answer to that question prior to the completion of your meeting today, but
Sure.
I can get you all an email.
We could email Mike,
Yeah.
he can pull the board, and we can do an emergency declaration with me.
Okay, let me do some research. As we're all aware, I'm new to this, and I'm not quite sure 100% where my authority lies. So let me find out.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Dan. I have a couple other questions because this is the first time fire has come to my, me as a commissioner, and I did read through the ordinance. What happens? It says we can only make decisions for unincorporated county. How does that then, what happens in the towns? Because there are a lot of campers in the town too.
That's going to fall on your fire protection district, so that'd be likely Chief Bennett's decision.
Oh, okay. He does it within his district.
Right.
Okay, that's fair. And then, well, this is a question I can ask you another time, but I also noticed that the notifications that process that's laid out in our ordinance does not include the use of our emergency alert system. It does talk about, I don't have it right here, I can't, but I wonder if, and I checked our Facebook, your Facebook page, and I know when there was a red flag warning earlier in this week, it was put out on the Facebook page, but not everybody checks Facebook all the time. And so I'm wondering if we could also incorporate the use of our alert system, if that's appropriate or not.
I will double check with emergency management.
Yeah.
I don't foresee a reason why it wouldn't be. That's what it's kind of there for.
Okay,
So I would anticipate that that's a possibility.
that would be great, because that is something that, comes to everybody who's signed up for the alerts, whether or not they're checking Facebook. That was that. Yeah, okay, those are my questions. And if it's possible, to get back to us, and we are actually reconvening. So even if we finish this part of the meeting before, you have an answer, we're coming back at 5 for a second part of our meetings, and we could either speak to you by Zoom, or if you're in the neighborhood, you could come in. We could talk either before we get that housing thing going or at the end of that. That's scheduled for 5 to 7. So just stay in touch. If there's an opportunity to make this decision today, that would be great.
Or we're here all day and almost all night.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
All right. Anything, questions for us or anything else?
No, that's pretty much it. We are very concerned about the Utah borderline. Blanding's got a fire going. There's one in northern New Mexico. Friday, there's a potential for dry lightning and 50-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah.
If all of those perfect factors come together at the same time, we could get a little busy this weekend.
Yeah. So on that note, please reiterate that to Miss Eno that we're ready to put this ordinance in place, and would like to do so prior to 10,000 campers doing their thing this
I will
weekend.
start work on that. I'll get back to some stuff. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
Thank you. Okay, it is now 12:32 and we will break for lunch. We were scheduled to come back at 12:45. We've taken care of one afternoon item. Do we want to try to start at 1 just to give ourselves a little fresh start, or you want to push to 12:45 coming back? 1?
Yes.
Okay, we will be back here at 1 o'clock after lunch and a little reset. Thanks, everybody. Nancy, oops. Okay, hello, San Miguel County. It is 1:03 PM on Wednesday, June 18th. We are back from our lunch break with a whole set of different people in the room. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We already handled item 2B, but we will start with item 10. Sorry, did I say 10? I want to say we're on 10A.
Yes.
And I just want to make clear that this board is no longer sitting as the San Miguel County Housing Authority. We are back to our role as Board of County Commissioners. Item 10A is consideration of a proclamation 2025-06 proclaiming June 2025 as Immigrant Heritage Month throughout San Miguel County. I am happy to read this, but I'm also happy to have somebody else read this. Did I miss something?
We do have a representative on.
We do.
Tabassum.
Tabassum. Okay, I think she may just be
No.
Tabassum.
Yeah.
Hi, Tabassum, how are you?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see everybody.
Are you here regarding the Immigrant Heritage Month?
I am. Usually it's the county or the town council who would normally read it. So I'm just here in attendance.
Okay, it's nice to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the invitation.
You're welcome. So we're getting back to whether one of the other commissioners would like to read it, or would you like me to read it? Lance?
Please.
Okay, I'm sorry I didn't pull it up while I was eating my lunch, but I'm gonna pull it up right now. Way down. Nope. It shouldn't be hard. Oh, you're such a. There it is. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Okay. Yes, this is near and dear to my heart, particularly this year and this time. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, Colorado, proclaiming June 2025 as Immigrant Heritage Month throughout San Miguel County. This is proclamation 2025-06. Whereas, regardless of their immigration status, every human being has an inherent right to safety, food, and shelter. And whereas the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners honors the dignity of all county residents, workers, and visitors, regardless of nationality, and recognizes the importance of their many contributions to the social and economic life of the county. And whereas the immigration also enhances San Miguel County's cultural diversity, adding a variety of abilities, perspectives, languages, customs, traditions, values, and cuisines that enrich the lives of the residents of our county. And whereas discrimination, racism, dehumanization, and objectification have profound impacts on immigrant communities, leading to trauma, exploitation, and fear. And whereas immigrants have been tireless leaders, not only in securing their own rights and access to equal opportunity, but have also campaigned to create a fairer and more just society for all Americans. And whereas during National Immigrant Heritage Month, we recognize and celebrate the history and achievements of immigrant communities throughout the nation and within our local community. And whereas the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners also joins people around the globe in commemorating World Refugee Day annually on June 20th, a day when we recognize, honor, and uplift the strength, courage, and humanity of millions of people forced to flee violence, persecution, and war. Now, therefore, the Commissioners of San Miguel County proclaim June 2025 as Immigrant Heritage Month and call this observance to the attention of all of our residents, workers, and visitors, and encourage them to learn more about the social and economic impact of immigrants to our community, state, and nation. Any comments or amendments or anything from the other commissioners?
No, but I move to approve.
I'll second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
C. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. We have, as I said, already attended to item 10B, discussion for the need of fire restrictions, although we may revisit that agenda item later if the sheriff is able to get more information from us. And now we're moving on to item 11A, Department of Human Services. The Board of County Commissioners is now shifting gears and will sit as the San Miguel County Board of Human Services. Our first item under this heading is item 11A, recognition of the Department of Human Services Director and staff for the Distinguished Performance Ranking. Mike Bordonia, County Manager, would you like to introduce this special recognition?
Yes, so from our recent evaluation from the state of Colorado in our monthly or weekly check-ins that Linnea and I have, she was sharing, I was curious what their findings were after evaluation of our program, and learned that we scored extremely well. And I thought it was something that we needed to recognize for the talents and dedication of our Human Services Department. And so I asked Linnea to come and join us at the commission meeting and tell the commissioners a little bit more about what that evaluation meant and what our ranking was.
Yeah, so every year, the Department of Human Services, they take a look at all statistics regarding timeliness of different parts of our programs to determine whether we have met those timeframes or those percentages through our CStats, which is how they're ranking different programs within that percentage. So last year, the 24 cycle, we just got the distinguished performance recipients, and San Miguel, though we didn't get an award for last year, we were 0.5% away from that 75%. And so we are performing very well. There are 64 counties in the state. They awarded about 34 awards. So we are in the top half of the state performers. As so far this year, they have changed that metric for the distinguished performance. It has gone from 75% to 80%. And we are currently at 79.5%, which puts us in that almost 80%. And we have 6 more months. So it's something that comes out every month. It's something that we look at. And so, for example, this last month, our eligibility programs performed for Colorado Works at 100%. Our SNAP programs are performing at 95 and 96%. And our med performance is at 98%. And so those are the things that are helping drive those results and meeting those qualifications. So again, we are in the running for us to have a distinguished performance this year, but I think it's important to let you know where we're standing and what it looks like and how well our staff is doing despite some of the transition we've gone through this year, both internally and federally. We'll be seeing those federal changes coming in the next coming months, 6 to 12 months, where we'll have to enact some of those in our local offices as they kind of trickle down through the states and into the counties. And that will add to our workload, but our staff is resilient. They have taken every change that's come along and just said, okay, here we go. It's a change and we're just keep moving forward. And that's kind of the nature of human services in general. And we're going to ebb and flow. Our caseloads ebb and flow. Our amount of need in the community ebbs and flows. And so I would like to put this as at least quarterly idea to bring to you guys what we're looking at in our stats, more than just our caseload, if not every 6 months. But I'd like to make you guys aware of where we're sitting. But we typically sit in the top half of the state, maybe meeting that distinguished performance and maybe being just right below it. But we're hoping this year to be there.
That's great, Linnea. Would you like to introduce the staff who are here with you today?
In our office, we have Gina, who runs our childcare program. And she also does a lot of our just office duties in general. And then we have Amy Eford, and she does our SNAP, Med, and Colorado Works eligibility.
And Med, is that Medicaid?
Medicaid, yes.
Okay, and
Thank you.
Colorado Works is unemployment?
Colorado Works is our temporary assistance for needy families.
Oh, yeah.
And families with children that are not working or doing other work requirements.
Bravo, and a round of applause for all.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very, very much, and congratulations on those accolades.
Thank you.
It looks like we are continuing item 11B until July 2nd. Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Gina.
Thank you.
And so we will move on now to item 11Z, consideration of the chair's signature on a memorandum of understanding with the State of Colorado Department of Human Services, otherwise known as CDHS, affirming the performance contracts, and that's for our Colorado Works program.
Correct.
Take it away, Linnea.
Yeah, so this MOU is an agreement between the Department of Human Services at the state level and our county, allowing us to administer the Colorado Works program in-house, and following their rules and regulations, and kind of having that working agreement between the state and the counties, allowing us to administer that program. And it requires a wet commissioner signature this year, so which is not typical.
As opposed to digital?
Well, I guess it'd be digital, but it requires a commissioner signature.
I
and
see.
a lot of things are director only, so I was glad to bring this to you guys and let you guys see it.
Okay.
I assume you've signed similar documents in past years.
We have done attestations in the past years at the director's level, but I think this is a brand new MOU
Yeah.
for the next 3-year cycle.
But the intent and the content is roughly the same.
Correct.
Great, thanks.
And are you comfortable with this MOU, Linnea?
Yes.
It sounded a little reluctant.
Yeah, man. There are lots of changes happening with TANF in the next 6 months, just in our reserves and in some of the way that we need to spend it. But this continues to allow us to work that program while we're working through the House bill that was passed last year.
The state House bill.
Yes.
Yeah, this has to do with the state budget being over in deficit and having to make cuts.
This specific, the specific House bill regarding to TANF has to do with our reserves and not and having a certain percentage within the state and then a certain percentage within the counties and balancing that. So really not having huge amounts of reserves across the state is kind of what they're asking at this point. So.
Commissioner Gleason, anything?
No, other than thank you for what you're doing and yeah, I've just continue to learn and be in awe truly of you and your staff.
Thank you.
And yeah, just I read through the MOU earlier this week and there was nothing that, kind of came up to me beyond just that it's robust and it asks a lot of your department.
Yes.
But if there's nothing that you find to be problematic or is going to infringe on what you're able to do and provide.
No, I think the Colorado Works program is our most flexible program. It allows us a lot of case management with families at times and it really is helping lift the lowest of the poverty up into trying to find jobs and to be sustainable and get them to where they're not needing that TANF. But it does provide that and allows them to work with somebody who's going to help them work through that.
Lance.
I move to approve the chair's signature on a memorandum of understanding with the State of Colorado Department of Human Services affirming the performance contract for the Works program.
Second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Linnea, and thanks to the other members of your team who weren't able to make it today.
Absolutely.
And appreciation for their distinguished work.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Okay. All righty, we are moving on to item 12, natural resources and climate resilience. In the House, we have Star Jameson, the director of that department. Hi, Star.
Hello, commissioners.
It's nice to see you.
You as well.
Maybe just check that mic and see if you can get a little closer.
Is this better?
Yeah.
I am going to start with our EV charger RFP and my request for a contractor and this financial impact to the capital request that was made last year. I provided in your packet the proposal score sheet with the 5 firms that applied for the EV chargers. I chose the highest score on here overall, which isn't the least expensive of them all. And we have a $57,558 it would be over budget from my request of 49,000 from last year's budget season. We have a Fleet Zero grant, which offers $29,000 to this overall cost for the project. And then I put in here additional options. Win Marion is currently working with the town of Telluride, and I've received a reference from them thus far working with them. They've been good to work with, as well as reaching out to RAFTA in the Roaring Fork Valley, who said they were great to work with and have had a really good experience with them.
So what is the total budget? I guess it's 136,000 is the total project estimated cost?
Minus the 29,000.
Minus the 29. So I'm guessing I didn't do the math. I wasn't aware of the 49, or I didn't remember it. So 49 plus 29 plus 57 and change equals the 36,358 or 136,358.
Yeah, so that will be the 7. I didn't reduce that. 107. Correct.
Sorry. Oh, so you're saying you're asking the county to pay a total of 107 of the 136.
Correct.
And the previous request for this budget year was 49, but
correct.
You're requesting an additional 57.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I guess the first question is, why is the project coming in so much higher than we anticipated?
I had basically estimated by asking a contractor how much this would cost. We also added a location. We added Deep Creek. We had 3 locations, and we added Deep Creek when we started to review our fleet, realizing that we have quite a few of our workers that come from Montrose and come from Norwood and use vans. So we started thinking about our fleet and looking at Deep Creek would make the most sense for people. We have that many commuters coming in. So we added a spot. I also just guessed on when I had a contractor give me a number, the things that they did not include. I just took a guess on that.
The number 2, qualification and experience of key personnel. How did you gauge that? Because where I'm getting at with this is I'm looking at the second recommendation of the bidder, the company EV Bolt, which is significantly lower bid. But that is where they don't score nearly as high as Win Marion. And so I'm just kind of wondering what the discrepancy is there in their score.
2 of these companies, I had to go back and ask for clarification. I had to go back and ask actually EV Bolt. They provided numbers to basically, this is how much a charger would cost. I said, just to do apples to apples here, I really need you to go back and give us a better estimate for your total cost. So I had to go back to them, and I would say it also kind of pairs with the knowledge of the project. I had to give more, instead of people asking questions regarding the RFP, which they had the opportunity to ask, and I even went beyond the dates that I gave them for the cutoff. I based some of these numbers off of that, the fact that they just submitted an RFP without like it being complete. I'll just say that. And so I went back and requested additional information and the extent that I needed to go back and when those things should have actually been provided and been submitted by the date that it closed. Also, there's the electricians have to have a certain accreditation to be able to install EV chargers. So I went through to make sure, and some of those may have been reflective in those scores as well.
Okay.
Also there's with EV chargers, the understanding of altitude, understanding of our climate. Wind Marion is the only company that's out of Colorado.
That's notable.
There's another company, the Switch. They listed Wind Marion as a collaborator and partner, and I'm assuming they did that because they are out of Connecticut. And they added them in there, and I contacted Wind Marion and said, did you know you have a competitor of your own company in here? And they said that they were not aware at all that they had even applied.
Which company was that?
That
it had included Wind Marion?
Which
They're from
so
Connecticut.
that
Okay. Can you just remind us of the sort of higher level of this project?
it would be it's all fleet vehicle.
What does that mean?
That would mean fleet for the county staff.
So this is to charge we're
County
talking about
staff
chargers
vehicles.
to charge county vehicles.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Sorry to interrupt, but
Mhm.
the personal vehicles of staff as well as
no,
fleet vehicles?
not all of them.
Just fleet vehicles.
Personal will be able to be charged at Deep Creek and in Norwood. With those came the criteria of accessibility. And so those two locations, we did not have that option out here because our limited space with the one here. And so we just had completely limited space at the courthouse. So I just reduced that scope to one. And then we have the Ilium Sheriff's Office. Actually, we included it there as well. We had the space at both Sheriff's Office and Deep Creek to have accessibility. And that would allow for personal vehicles.
So there are 4 locations, Deep Creek, Norwood, the courthouse, and Ilium Valley Sheriff's Office. And all 3 of them, people can charge their personal EVs. Only
Correct.
the courthouse can't.
Yeah, and another reason that we chose Deep Creek is knowing that for future affordable housing, and just thinking about building codes and the need for on-site for EV chargers. So having one there would then satisfy that.
Okay. And how many chargers at each of those locations? I know you've presented this to us before, but I just want to get my head around it now that the numbers have changed significantly.
1 at the courthouse, 2 at both sheriffs, and 1 at Deep Creek.
Okay. So 6, that's what it's total. Okay.
All of those were chosen as well because we have solar. And it was reviewed the amount of power that we have at each of those sites. And that also determined the size of the charger and how many we put there. So we didn't have to upgrade our electrical panels and that we would be able to utilize our solar.
Makes sense.
I had also included, we've had issues with demand charges from Sampa. And so when Marion had included, I had asked if you could come up with or determine how we can reduce or eliminate so that doesn't happen at our locations as well, as an inclusion in the engineering, as an inclusion in what are our possibilities and actions that we can do, which essentially ends up being timers on these. So that was also included in as a question. Lance?
Commissioner, having heard Star's explanation of why she has to come back and ask for this additional funding, it makes sense that she was doing her best guess off of one somewhat uninformed data point, and I think that we'd all agree you get what you pay for. And knowing that we've got one company that was able to fill out an RFP correctly and doesn't seem to be requiring handholding, additionally has a good track record in Colorado with both the town of Telluride and with RAPTA. I don't.
Excuse me, Commissioner Waring, could you get a little bit closer to your microphone and getting comment?
Sure can.
Commissioner Gleason are hard to hear.
I am right up to that microphone. I don't think this is a real hard decision. And Star, I don't know if this is something that you were going to cover out of your budget or if we're going to take it out of other coffers, but either way, it makes sense to me to get the project done and get it done well with the people that are pro.
Yeah, I support that. I think that the fact they're Colorado based
Mhm.
is a real selling point. Is there any option for servicing after installation with the like
That's a
part of it?
requirement. Mhm. Yeah, you have to have an agreement. You have to have 3 to 5 years of the warranty. So
Yes.
they've all, I required that in that they add that as for the cost.
I think that's a real plus also that they're more locally based. If we need follow-up on any kind of warranty issues.
Mike, I assume you've reviewed all this. Do you have a point of view that you'd like to share?
I would prefer if it was cheaper.
We all share that.
Yeah. That was really my only concern. And I did not review all the bids, but I did review the Win Marion one, at Star's recommendation. And, I think it makes sense for the purchase of the vehicles, the leases, EV vehicle leases that we're anticipating acting on now and in the future. I do like the potential of employees who purchase EVs being able to charge it. I wish that it could have occurred at the courthouse in Miramani. But I know that we also have a lot of fleet vehicles between our sheriff's office, Road and Bridge, and we station a lot of our fleet vehicles out in Norwood. So I don't have much specific. I think it does make sense. And I also worry about EV incentives in the future going away if we don't act soon.
Jared.
I just wanted to at least mention to the commissioners, I agree with the philosophy of going with the tried and true, somebody who has a track record, because what also we don't want is to try to be project managing an underdeveloped organization through their first or second project, right? And so while the numbers can be a little bit more than we bargained for, I think the expectation is that they're going to come in, they're going to do the work, and we won't have to babysit them the way that we would have to do with many of these other contractors. And that's a cost saving in and of itself, because if that's Star having to drive to the site and do minor site inspections or those kind of things, we don't have a lot, not everybody on staff has a lot of that experience. And so, that's kind of where I also think we're paying the dollars to get the pros, as you said, Commissioner Waring. And that would be the expectation of those pros moving ahead as we go into contract. So.
The only thing I'd add is that this is an eligible use of capital funds. Our capital fund is
Good.
pretty healthy, so
Mhm.
this would not be a request to take additional general fund dollars for that overage or even the initial amount.
That's helpful. Very much. My only, I mean, yes, it's a little bit of sticker shock based on last year, but we're getting our heads around that. It doesn't seem to me that when Marion makes the way you've presented it makes total sense. It is disappointing that we can only fit one at the courthouse, which just makes me think that as we work on plans for the Fruin building,
Yes.
let's really try to beef up the options for charging there. Which everybody's nodding to. Yeah,
That is what we had really thought about.
yeah. Great. Okay, anything else, or do we need a motion? What do we need?
We would need a motion to
Yes.
authorize the award of this bid and the additional amount of funds to come from the county's capital fund.
So moved.
I'd state the number of 57,558 as the additional amount that we will take from the capital fund.
Do you accept that amendment?
I do.
Okay,
And
is
do
there a
we-
second?
Do we just sneak in the name Win Marion, or that's clear from the discussion?
Let's award it to Win Marion too.
Okay,
We'll. dish
friendly
it back.
amendment, and do you second?
I second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. Star, thank you so
Thank you.
much for making this happen. When do you think they'll be installed?
One of the perks, hearing from the town that they had one of theirs installed in one day.
But how long from now? Before we could see an
Um,
install crew?
This would be this summer.
Okay.
They gave me on their application, it was a 60-day from
Okay.
yes.
All right, great. Let us now move on to item 12B, discussion of pursuing a grant application for San Miguel County through the U.S. Department of Transportation Safe Streets for All grant, the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan.
So I will just start with, I had the Recreation Collaborative. We had a subcommittee meeting for updating the trails plan for San Miguel County, which ended up in a more multimodal trails plan. And that's based off of looking at the trails that were not complete in our current plan. And that plan was created 10 years ago. In that plan, there were complications due to leases or due to private land access, etc. So with that, what came out of that meeting was a lot of input from Norwood and the need for accessibility getting out to a lot of the roads, and then at least to the park and ride. It's not official park and ride, but parking lot that a lot of people use to commute out of Norwood. With that, this grant came through, and the town of Mountain Village had actually asked me about this last year, if we had a safety plan with the county. The town of Telluride also had asked about this, and because for federal funding for these projects, they require one of these plans first. So a lot of people that have these plans, example, Gunnison County has a plan. I have their plan in here. They have a plan. They then the next year applied and got $15 million for their road safety improvement, meaning crosswalks, recreation path, etc. So we don't even have a plan. So start there, and then able for future funding for, the project that Jared's working on at Lawson Hill, etc. This basically will go in, hire a contractor who will look at the major roads and intersections in our county and help us determine where we have the biggest concerns, and then they'll give us an entire list of projects to pursue. So I've come up with an approximate $350,000 to ask or to hire a contractor. Town of Mount Village and the town of Telluride actually applied for this and got this last year. They just put out an RFP. They hired an engineer to basically write the application for them, and they asked for $314,000. So they would be excluded out of our county. And I was looking at just the major roads in our county and coming up with 350, also looking at other counties and asking other counties what a good number would be. This is a 20% match. And then it would require resolution, basically stating to improve transportation facilities and the safety and benefit of all users.
So you're talking about applying for a grant to develop, to help pay for the development of a safety plan.
Mhm.
And you think that a safety plan will cost $350,000 and you are applying for the 20% match. So then there would be 80% of a $350,000 that the county would then pay for.
No, it's a 20% match from the county.
Oh, okay, so they pay 80, we pay 20.
Mhm.
Right,
Yes.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
So that's essentially a $70,000 minus the in-kind, which you can use your time. What I've seen is that you can use your time for the application, you can use your time for the financial piece of it. So I've talked to Ramona, asking if she would have the time to be able to do this, that we can use her time as well and her staff, and she agreed. I also have talked to Heather Woodland about creating a map that we would have to submit prior, and she said yes, easy enough, easy peasy, that she could create a map for this. We can also use in-kind, which Gunnison used 30%.
Okay. I'm having sticker shock again, but I'm just working through it. Is anyone else, or that's just what it is?
I think we want to get in the business of becoming safety plan
Plan
providers.
developer. Exactly.
I think it's more the investment of
I mean, I
future
have
funding.
a bit of sticker shock, but if this results in the potential of getting these kinds of the amount of funding that you're talking about occurred in Gunnison County eventually, I'm all in. I will just speak to the need within my district, and it's something that I see and live almost every day. Just what, there's a lack of safe routes for any pedestrian traffic, and I feel it's incredibly important that we act on this at this point in time to start developing a plan to put in the infrastructure that's needed for the growing community.
There was here you can see, I went through, I sat with Janet Kask and looked at these recommendations that they gave for Gunnison County. Very helpful. We had CDOT contact us and say, hey, we're coming to San Miguel County. Can we walk through and look at where you need crossings? Where do you need this? We were all like, whose job is this, and where do we need all of these, and who are we contacting? And I've asked multiple times, because they went to Norwood, if anyone in Norwood was able to meet with them. Like, it would be really nice to have a plan and to have a list and say, based off of data, this is what we have and this is where we need crossings, and next time that happens, that we have a plan.
Okay, what do you need from us, Star?
This
Thumbs
is
up?
just a, I am applying for it. This is just to give you the heads up and the future needs. I've listed here as far as a resolution from the board, and I also think that for the 70,000, I mean, we're going to have some time to figure out how much that would actually be with in-kind. It would be less than that, considering we're all working on this. It would be for 2026, and it's a 5-year implementation.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
it's not this year.
I agree with Commissioner Gleason and well, both of you that this is a good investment in the long-term safety of our growing community. So thank you, Star, for taking this on.
Absolutely.
Okay, now we shall move. Are you ready for 12C? Discussion of the potential public land sales, and just trying to see if there are people online. Yes, there are. I think there might be some public interest in this, and we also have some friends in the room from Sheep Mountain Alliance. So let's let Star do her thing, and then we'll ask questions if we have them, flush some things out, and then I would be happy to take public comment on this. Star, take it away.
All right. This was a big one. Let me take a
Yes,
drink of
take a
water
big sip
here.
of water, everybody.
I would like to write a letter in opposition. I will start with this, to sell off public lands. I've listed here this disposal mandate, as of June 16th, which was Monday. These were the parameters set, for a lot of the maps that we've been seeing going around, that we've all received. This is a 0.5 to 0.75% of all BLM, and Forest Service lands, which is a total of 2.02 to 3.04 million acres. And if this bill is passed, the Secretary of Agriculture and Interior, they will have 30 days to solicit nominations for lands to be sold from interested parties. Here, this is one of the maps. I received another one yesterday, which had more land, and I was told that the increase in land in the BLM on the west end was due to grazing leases were actually also added into here, where I think that they had been removed from the first maps. Something that is that we see, I've put this little map down here on the left, lower left, is the special management designations that our land received during the forest plan amendment. That was, we saw the decision record last summer, and these lands are actually included in the disposal in the current maps.
Can I just clarify, the lands you're referencing right now,
Mhm.
that plan or proposal has already been adopted and put in place, correct? It's not just kind of in limbo. Okay.
Yeah, so the map that we see are all eligible lands that do not have a congressional designation, such as a NCA wilderness area. Wilderness would be the only thing that we have eliminated. So what you're looking at, this map is all of the public lands, essentially. I've put the numbers in here of what our total public lands are. The acreage of BLM and Forest Services down in the right-hand corner there. So what you're seeing here is pretty much just all the public land minus the wilderness areas. The top number that you see is the Colorado, all of Colorado. So disposing of 2 to 3 million acres total over 11 states. And Colorado alone has 14 million acres. I wanted to just start with this because it's something that I've just seen over and over again. This is the letter from the executive office here where they talk about federal land, and basically if it's best left to the levels of government closest to the people who understand and respect the needs and desires of the communities better than the federal government. The second paragraphs over here are from the website. You can see congress.gov. This is federal land ownership. Here is looking at the 19.38 billion in maintenance backlogs from our federal agencies. And here they again talk about should they be managed by the states and by the local governments. I've seen this more than just these two. These are just very credible coming from the White House. So just thinking about that, in a lot of this budget in the Big Beautiful Bill Act, they're thinking of bringing this management and these dollars to come from local governments and the state.
And yet there's no provision in there that gives priority to local governments or state governments, correct?
In the act,
Yeah.
here we go. So, this is what the language states now. That before selecting disposal, the governor of the state, which is currently how disposals work now, they also, also has to go through, the governor. Example, Matterhorn Mill. Then each unit of local government and each Indian tribe.
So when you say go through, that needs to be approved by those people, or it needs to be offered to them?
Consultation.
Just to hear their opinion.
Mhm.
Without any kind of actual say.
Yeah.
So, before selecting for disposal under the section, I've got here, my screen is over it. That they must consult with. They will give priority consideration to the disposal. States or units of local governments, adjacent to existing developed areas, have access to existing infrastructure, are suitable for residential housing, reduce the checkerboard land patterns, and are isolated tracts that are insufficient to manage. They, under the section by competitive sale, auction, or other methods designed to secure not less than fair market value.
Okay, I just don't understand that. Like, can you go back?
Mhm.
Can you just repeat that? They're saying,
The
okay, that
may dispose of tracts of
Mhm.
covered federal land under this section by competitive sale, auction, or other methods designed to secure not less than fair market value for the tracts of covered federal land conveyed.
but there's no appraisal required. It's just putting it out for auction or something. So if one person shows up and offers $1, they get it. Or one entity.
Would you have anything more on that?
Yeah, I don't see it as saying it would give any priority to a local government entity to purchase the property. It's just giving if a local government nominated land for sale, they would prioritize that for consideration.
Mhm.
Oh, here we go.
So,
Right of first refusal.
okay.
May provide a state or unit of local government in which a tract of covered federal land is located a right of first refusal to purchase the applicable tract of covered federal land for community development purposes.
And commissioners, just for that purpose, there is a very loud may in that.
But I was just.
So, it's not a requirement that they give, if they were to propose a tract within our jurisdiction,
Yeah.
they would have to give us a right of first refusal on that tract, but they may, right? So I think there's a number of hurdles that they've set up, but they may be a little soft to cover, so.
I wanted to add in here the use used solely for the development of housing or to address associated community needs as defined by the secretary concerned, and the maximum total acreage. The secretary concerned shall establish a maximum total acreage of tracts covered federal land that a person may purchase under this section. So here, I just started a list of what I saw with this language, thinking about other communities, considering we've looked at the Matterhorn Mill, gone through the process, understand like the timely process of it, worked with the Forest Service on other parcels of land, thinking about maybe other local governments who don't have financial ability to even compete for land surrounding communities. They don't have the resources to do that. I thought a lot about our option for the Wilson Mesa property with the State Land Board to come out and looking at fair market value, that just in a comparison of what fair market value is, and considering that for any parcels that might be for sale here. No guarantee of public access. There's nothing mentioned that these would continue to be accessed by the public. Thinking about trails, parks, anything close to towns that have investments from communities that would then no longer be available. Thinking about the fact that there is a process for public land disposal and a targeted reason, and ensures public process, not just a fire sale of public lands. And just an ultimate comment that this is too fast and too much to work with local districts to remove and to rethink this language out of the bill. Separate out of this larger act this is a once we lose public land, we lose it forever. Time needs to be spent in thoughtful process to, if I understand that there is a time frame that is very long for disposal of public land, and what they're trying to do is make it a very fast process. 60 days after this would be signed, they would be doing this. So in our letter, just asking this be a more thoughtful process, remove the language, possibly separate it out and have a more thoughtful process to go through this. And also considering the language here, if they are keeping this language in, almost like a second of our crisis is affordable housing in the entire United States. It's affordable housing. Adding the word affordable into before housing into this bill. Specific statements like it says are adjacent to existing developed areas. What does that mean? How many miles? What does that look like? Also existing infrastructure. What does that look like? There are zero details on any of this. And as Jared mentioned, the May statements we could also add into, which, this is a tough one. We need affordable housing. This just may not be the way to do it. It's too vague. This language is too vague, and the risk of private coming in for just housing development, I think it's too risky to lose public land for. So suitable for residential housing, and that's also vague considering the 64% public lands that we have in San Miguel County and where we do have residents living in the county. I also said that, our special management areas also need to be included. We went through a long process to determine how we want to protect our public lands. Do we have any questions?
I'm just wondering if there's any recognition or kind of like safety built in around ACEC lands for this proposal.
What are those, Galena?
There is a
Critical.
So would you suggest that we include that as well as the idea of the special management areas?
I mean, it's not super applicable to San Miguel County as we only have one. Is that correct? STAR that would be applicable here.
Yeah, that was, they rescinded the Gunnison sage grouse, so that was included in that
Yeah.
I think that we're concerned about our county, but also about public lands nationally, so.
Absolutely.
If that's another designation that is meaningful in this regard, perhaps we should add that as well.
There's also language that I just started to get into, and it was, it's above this lands, and it was specific to Alaska. And they were going back into their resource management plans and wrote language in. And I honestly, I really want to go through this on the oil and gas. I sent the oil and gas language to Kay. There's mining language. It's a 1,000-page bill. So I feel like I did a deep dive on the lands piece of this. There's other parts of this, but I know that they've made adjustments to the resource management plans in Alaska, which that's where ACECs live, within those resource management plans. So,
Jared?
I was just gonna suggest, I think if I'm correct, Star, really what you're asking commissioners right now is for direction to proceed with writing a letter. I think we can talk about those key topic areas that this is contrary to our previous actions and policies that we as a county have adopted regarding public lands. It's alarming at the scale and pace. And it doesn't take into account a number of these other factors, such as sensitivity of certain landscapes, other management plans, so on and so forth. So if you are all in agreement with kind of that concept, I think what we would be asking is let us draft something. We will hold together the timelines. This is going to be voted on as quickly as they get 50 votes, right? They're out whipping the votes, I'm sure, right now. So there may be an urgency. But if there are any particular items other than those that Star's already mentioned that you believe need to be added to that, maybe we can draft it. And if we have a time constraint, we can ask for ratification of that.
I think that's a great idea. Commissioners, is there anything else you would like to have Star and team consider incorporating into the letter? And then I do want to hear from the public. Galena, could we have what's your direction on the ACEC, and how do you feel about that, Lance? Do you think that's important to include that designation?
I could include these Forest Service special management areas. I can list them, just say, special designations in our area, including special interest areas, recommended wilderness, all these areas, and then I can include ACs. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think I support that, and I think it's important to mention.
I think that's good.
They're important to our county and to our region. These lands have been preserved for a reason because of the natural resources they contain and the habitat, and it's a value.
Lance?
Well, they're called areas of critical environmental concern for a reason, with emphasis on the word critical.
Yeah.
So yes.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the letter so far?
We've written so many letters. I think that Senator Hickenlooper is on board already, and Senator Bennett will be the same, but Mr. Hurd, Jeff, as he asked me to call him, may or may not be. I hope that he is. So let's get this letter done, and it doesn't have to be spot on perfect. I think that if we can get it out quickly, that's more important than getting it exactly right.
I agree. And I think that other counties have appreciated some of the letters that we have written and submitted, and, kind of follow.
They're using them as templates and
Yeah.
to try to get it exactly.
And I'm going to reach out to some friends in adjacent states that are working in local governments and share this, and perhaps that could be influential in helping kind of fast track this, because it is a very timely matter.
There's also a CCAT conversation going on around it, and I told the group that we were working on this today and we would share, and I expect there'll be templates coming from other groups. I have a couple points I'd like to include in the letter. One is, I think I'd like to open by asking them to just take this out of the bill. And this, I've read through all the emails that, and thank you, Morgan, we'll hear from you in a second, that he sent and others. So I think that should be our ask. And then we just talk about the reasons why. I don't think we need to even say like, please change it in this way. I think that would be implied. I also would suggest that we don't talk just about San Miguel County, like we have these concerns. I think we should say, you know, we certainly have local concerns, but also grave concerns at the state and national level. I'd also like to work in something about when you talk about the haste with which this is happening and or something else, the pace. Jared had some good language. I think it might be worthwhile making the point that these lands have been acquired over generations, as Lance said, for good reason. And someone said, like, with very thoughtful consideration. This is not just, these are not, you wouldn't say this, but this has not been a land grab. Like each one of these parcels, there's a reason why it's in this inventory. And so to just dismantle it in 60 days is just heinous. So those are a couple things that I think we should incorporate as sort of overall points. And then Star, I read through a lot of what has been shared and other things. So I'm just gonna, I'll just send you an email with some of the other like specific reasons I think the bill needs to be pulled. If you could, I'll get that to you sometime today.
Okay, great.
And then, yeah, let's try to get this out, you know, by early next week at the latest. It's Wednesday. So
I'll be working on it for the rest of the week.
Thank you. And is there a staff member who might be able to help Star with it, shaping it, or that'd be, thank you, Jared and Mike, for raising your hands on that. Okay. Unless there's anything else from the commissioners, we do have some folks in the room. Ruthie Boyd from Sheep Mountain, would you have anything to say, or you're just here to listen? And if you are going to speak, come up to the microphone, please. Yeah, and bring your colleague with you. We'd like to meet her. Yes.
Well, thanks, Star, so much for working on this. And I don't have a lot to add. I think all the additions y'all are talking about would be really great and important. And there are some other areas in addition to ACECs, like inventoried roadless areas and wilderness study areas that are also susceptible to sale under the current bill. So maybe just considering adding those. But yeah, I strongly support asking them to take this out of the reconciliation package and all of the other things y'all have been discussing. So yes, thank you for working on this.
You're welcome. Would you like to introduce your intern?
Yeah, this is Ruby. She's interning with Sheep Mountain this summer and following me around to learn more at this very critical time for public lands. So
We're glad to have you here, Ruby.
thank you.
Thank you so much for supporting our community. I don't see anyone else in the room. Oh, Ryan, would you like to speak?
I have a comment, I guess.
Yes, come on up to the microphone and introduce yourself, just for people who can't see you on the camera.
Ryan Road Bridge, I guess one that's interesting when I look at this list of lands where, you know, when the wilderness areas were pulled out, those areas are areas that didn't experience a lot of disturbance and a lot of issues during the mining days. So a lot of the lands that you see on this list, there's a lot of issues that are left unresolved from 100 years ago. And right now, the Forest Service, so the federal government, is responsible for correcting a lot of that. Would this alleviate them from any liability if they disposed of that property? Yeah, I guess that would be one of my big concerns is a lot of these are Superfund sites that private parties that will be purchasing that wouldn't have the capacity to clean that up. So I guess that would be one of my concerns, is that we would be left as a local agency to try to deal with that.
Really good point, Ryan. Thank you. Morgan Smith, and thank you. If you'd like to unmute yourself, we'd love to see you too, if you're willing to put on your video.
Yeah.
I want to thank you, Morgan, for the information you shared. You brought to my attention the map that Star showed some cutouts from or screenshots from. So thank you for that and for your follow-up emails. But what do you have to say for right now?
Sure. I mean, I just want to emphasize a couple of points. And first of all, thank everybody for all the work that has been done on this. Thank Star very much for the work she has done. I think this is so important to speak out about because what's so sad, as I said in my emails, is this could be targeted in a way that if it were limited to like local governments to decide what land might be appropriate for affordable housing only, that might be something, but that is not what this bill is. And if you think about it in the worst possible ways that this could be carried out, which we have to under this current administration. As was pointed out, the governor and the local reps have no authority to say no. All they are entitled to is a consultation. The Secretary of the Interior and of Agriculture will have almost total control over what they decide, the land that is going to be sold. And there's no requirement that it be anything other than single family homes. You could, I mean, this bill would allow thousands of acres as long as you build one house on it. And you can just imagine if you've got, you know, if you have Trump's ear or his secretary's ears, you could easily see the type of things that would happen with this. So I think, especially in light of the timing of this, the focus really should be, as Ann said, it should just be kill it all, kill it now, and then try and, you know, later on come up with something that would be reasonable based on this, that would, I think, be a very, very good thing, but this isn't it. So that's my point. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you so much, Morgan. Really appreciate your engagement.
I wanted to add just one.
Star, did you have something else?
Yeah, just the wildfire risk of a lot of these properties as well.
Okay, I think you've got a nice long laundry list of reasons why they should kill this piece of the bill. Oh, the other thing I was going to ask is, let's see, my understanding is that this amendment came from the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, and it was written by Senators Mike Lee of Utah and Steve Daines from Montana. I know at least Montana has been excluded from this bill. I can't remember. Yeah, not Utah has not, but I think there were two states that have negotiated their way out of it. But my question is, should we address the letter as well to the Energy and Natural Resources Committee? Is that useful, or is it just to the people who are going to vote?
I think it's beyond the natural.
It's come out of there already.
It's headed for the Senate.
Okay. And then the other question, and this maybe I just would like, I appreciate Senator Zink. I'm forgetting where he's from, who is
Montana.
From Montana, who has stood up to this and says that he won't vote for it, even though Montana is excluded. And if there's a way, and maybe I'll volunteer to write this, just a really quick note to Senator Zink, thanking him for his position. How would the commissioners feel about that and just supporting that? Or do you think that's extraneous? I'm happy to not do more work.
I think anything could help at this point, and
Maybe I'll just call his
he is
office.
stepping out by doing that. I mean,
Why don't I just call his office and thank him? Is that on behalf of the commissioners? Are you guys comfortable with that?
Sure.
I think that we're feeling fairly confident that our senators are going to vote against this in general, and will certainly fight to have this provision removed from the bill. But any influence we can have outside of the state of Colorado is really important at this point.
Okay. And if you think of any other ways we could do that, but let's start with this letter and try to get it out no later than Monday, and hopefully that won't be too late, or as soon as you can.
I
Right?
will, and
Actually,
and I will.
go ahead. I'm sorry, Star.
And I will start the letter by also thanking, again, the last time this was up and heard, actually, I was the only one who didn't vote for selling the public land then, and just as a reminder,
Yeah.
with that.
How did Senator Zink get Montana excluded, and could our senators pull the same stunt? I wonder.
If I may, Commissioner Waring, just an FYI, because I know people in Montana, it's Zinky.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I know plenty of people there and talk with them all the time. And they don't particularly like Congressman Zinky. It's Senator Zinky.
Former senator.
Right, former Secretary of the Interior.
Yeah.
He had a lot of clout to begin with, and frankly just said, as a senator in a Republican-leaning state, he had the veto power, right? And so he said, I won't consider this. So they're trying to kind of placate him and make him at least soften around him, because they know they can lose one vote. but they cannot lose any more. So I think it could be good to reach out if this is the direction to ensure that feels supported in his current position, but also look at other marginal Republican senators who are in more challenging states or states that might not fully agree with this. Because Mike Lee, we all know, he's been working on this for a long time. You know, there was the original proposal for the, I think, 500,000 acres in the House bill for just Nevada and Utah. And so I think it would just be a matter of broadcasting our frustration, or maybe that's not the right word, our distaste for this bill in as many places as we can, where particularly there are some senators that don't have as much comfort as they do in a place like Utah. Or
Okay, Lance, I wonder if CC4CA might be leading something like that, or they only work within the state.
They focus more on the state, but the Western Leaders Network has got a letter going. I can forward that request to you to sign on. I've already done so individually. There may be some others similar.
And who's that letter to?
That is to all the senators, I believe.
All the senators, okay. So if anybody, I don't think that we have the bandwidth to figure out who all those senators on the margin are, but if anybody in this room hears that who they might be and could share with us information, Galina.
Oh, I just because of the fact that grazing leases and those lands have now come into the folds of this, I think that could be the thing that tips the scales in certain states where agriculture is really important, and it is more of it becomes more of like a bipartisan issue. And NRCS could be an organization that is reaching out to various districts like Chavano Conservation District that work within the NRCS umbrella. It might be an angle to try to reach out through.
Okay, well, let's just all keep our ears perked for other opportunities to influence what's happening. I had one other question. Is the ski area, which is Forest Service land, at all at risk? You're saying yes. Okay, well, that definitely needs to be included in the letter, that, you know, this is the basis of ours and many other economies. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry, just an aside. Okay. Any other comments? I think we need to let Star go so she can get to work on this.
I had a good suggestion about making sure that we're reaching out to Trident Limited, backcountry hunters and anglers in any of those organizations, as it would impact potential areas that they care about.
It's every group is against this. What I've seen, all of the backcountry hunters and anglers have this map listed on their site. They're all completely aware and concerned.
Okay.
But
Good. Well, I'll for sure share the letter once it's complete with CCAT and obviously with any other counties that ask for it. Organizations.
With this next topic that I have here, I was approached by Craig Carruthers to maybe work with them. The Forest Service is no longer allowed to have public meetings. And so they have this out here. This is for the Norwood Ranger District National Forest, participate in public comment period for the South Uncompahgre hazardous fuels. It's called the Suffer Project. I will be writing comments for this 30-day comment period due July 10th, just to let you all know. And so Megan had reached out in a mass letter that they can't have public meetings. So I'm going to try to coordinate possibly with Sheep Mountain Alliance and with Craig Carruthers. And I was also in that whenever this meeting is scheduled to share with him this letter that we're going to send. He's with Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, our local. So once I have this letter for the bill, then I will share with him that. And And then with this, I'll be working with our local organizations, hopefully to get a meeting to learn more about this for Megan Eno. That's not a public meeting.
Could you just elaborate a little bit on that restriction of public meetings?
I don't know anything. It just came in an email.
Okay.
And I heard it from someone else too. But she sent it in an email that she would have to do individual meetings if we had questions or so.
It's really
Um,
surprising to me how much is going on that we don't even hear about except through word of mouth. It's just ridiculous. Okay, sorry. Stop with the public. Okay. Anything else, Star?
Just will be attending this year the Climate Summit in Breckenridge, and also am filling out an application to have Chris Hazen present on behalf of the county, and I'm sure that I can also help him. And then I think Commissioner Gleason is also planning on attending, possibly, and discuss our PEZ program. We have so many people interested in it, and it would be a good way to get the word out there about what we're doing, how we financed it, and challenges, and how we face those challenges, etc. So I've talked to Chris. I've been talking to him about this for the last year, actually. And so the application is due tomorrow. It's really quick. And I started it, and I've run the language by him, and I think we're good to go in just submitting this.
Great.
And then just that. And just one more thing, the story map, Lauren with the Town of Mountain Village, she applied for this grant, and we cooperated with her on doing an analysis of a regional e-bike share program. So she created this story map, and it is out, and I did the accessibility on it because this is a state grant, and it's in English and Spanish, and out now to explore how Mountain Village, Telluride, and San Miguel County to work together to evaluate the potential of an e-bike share program.
Fantastic.
And Bike to Work Day. Everyone, you can join in Norwood, you can join in Telluride, you can ride the bus to Lawson Hill. 8:15, we're going to have snacks here at the Galloping Goose Park, the courthouse. And we do this just to encourage people to understand there's another way to get to work besides driving a vehicle. Via our climate action plan, we're always trying to reduce our vehicles' miles traveled. Thank you all. That is all I have.
Thanks, Star. Nice to see you, and thanks for all your hard work.
Yes, thank you all.
Okay, just in the interest of time, we'll shift, and thanks, Ruthie and Ruby. Nice to meet you. Mike, moving on 13 to manager matters.
Very good. I'd like to deal with 13A, and then I can just give you a few brief updates beyond that. And Ryan's going to join us. Last week, 2 weeks ago, we held a meeting with, on Monday, we held a meeting with the Forest Service and reviewed the bids that we had shared, we had received by the bid deadline and shared with the Board of Commissioners.
I don't think we ever said what item 13A is.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's
Consideration of-
consideration of the bid award for the Tomboy Road repair.
Thank you.
So at that point, we had been thinking that we had looked at the bids received and felt that one was more responsive to all the items in the RFP, and we shared that with the board publicly. The subsequent Monday, after that Wednesday meeting, we met with Forest Service representatives, and we went through our bid analysis with them, and their engineer shared a concern with the proposed design of the company that we had planned to go with. At that point, we reached out to the 3 bidders that out of the 4 that were within close cost proximity to clarify the timing of their project, the design, and how it would address subgrade water as well as surface water that would be percolating through this, knowing that this is a runoff area below waterfall. We received those answers on Friday morning and met with the Forest Service again immediately thereafter. And following that, we we were all unanimous that we felt that the bid submitted by Access in Motion and Earth Tech was actually the most responsive to the requirements of the Forest Service and the county's procurement. In a lucky circumstance, they are also our lowest bidder. But that was not the main consideration in deciding to go with them. We wanted to make sure that we had people that were at the site visit, had local knowledge, had the ability to do it efficiently and quickly, but also correctly. And so subsequent to that, I learned that we have a one-step permit that is required for any road repairs in the High Country area. So I've worked with planning department. During their meeting, I received notice that the narrative and bid documents that I wrote or that I sent to them and prepared are deemed complete for the application. That would be heard by the commissioners on July 16th for that approval of the repair. That is more of a planning logistical matter. We just want to follow our own process that we would require any other landowner to go through.
Is there any way to accelerate that?
No,
That's
because
weeks
there's a
away.
required 21-day notice period. However, we know that as the first part of this repair, there's going to need to be an engineered design. So right now,
Okay.
the proposal that we received gave a narrative description based on the geotechnical investigation and the site visit of how they would address the issue. The next step is, if awarded, they are going to finalize their engineered design and present it to the Forest Service. The Forest Service needs to review and also approve that, and then they can begin construction work.
So this won't delay the construction.
It should not delay the construction.
Yeah.
Correct. Luckily, also, in your consent agenda today, you approved the receipt of $100,000 towards the repair project from the U.S. Forest Service. Last night, I was able to confirm in writing from Idorado Mining Company that they will contribute $50,000 towards the repair. We have a total of $7,000 being contributed that has been confirmed from our tour operators, the largest of which from Telluride Outside and John Duncan at $5,000. One private individual has donated $500 towards the project, and the West Slope Four Wheelers group has donated $2,500 towards the project, coming in at a total of $160,000 in outside donations. The current bid price with the bond that is required is $335,000, leaving a delta of $175,000. When we had approached the board previously, we had asked for your comfort levels, knowing that some of these contributions were outstanding. And so the biggest switch to all those is the final confirmation of Idorado's contribution. That would leave the county on the hook for $175,000 in repair. And so I have sent the draft contract document to Earth Tech, who will be acting as the lead of the two companies working together for the repair, as well as our contract provisions of the county, so that we can work through that contract and execute it very quickly if the commissioners support our recommendation to officially award this bid to Earth Tech West and Access in Motion to repair the Tomboy Road.
And then we will also need a motion to allocate $175,000
From capital,
from the capital fund.
yes.
Will that be from the Road and Bridge Fund or the capital fund?
I would suggest it come from the capital fund because as I've spoken to all of you individually, I've asked Ryan to work on procuring additional dust control, and then we're awaiting the RFP for road improvements. And I think those items are going to be significant. And so I don't want to eviscerate the Road and Bridge Fund for this repair, which is, yes, it is something that is going to be helped by Road and Bridge, but I would rather that their funds stay in the regular maintenance and repair of county roads, not this Schedule A road that we maintain on behalf of the Forest Service.
Sounds reasonable.
So we do not have the contract for you to act on today, but we're asking for your authorization to officially award the bid. And so that we can work on the contract, finalize it, and then we would bring that to you to ratify at an upcoming meeting based on the dollar amounts that have been described.
Okay, yes, Lance.
I move to authorize a bid from Earth Tech and Access in Motion for the amount specified, which will include $175,000 from the capital fund expenditures for the county and other private and other governmental contributions for repair of Potomac Road.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, commissioners.
I'd also like to note that that's a local company or two local companies. I'm really
Yeah.
pleased to hear that they are the award winners for, based on all of our matrix analysis.
Yes, we are too. Just some other things. Last week I was able to join our finance team and Ashley Lammers from Roden Bridge to conduct the interviews for the senior accountant position. And an offer has been made to that candidate, is an internal candidate to the finance department. So I don't think there's been an official acceptance, but I do anticipate that soon. We also held a lodging tax meeting, and last week, lodging tax revenue numbers are significantly flat overall. However, I think we all understand with so many of the short-term rental opportunities and or hotel opportunities in Norwood that have turned to long-term, it continues to put pressure on their ability to bring in tourists and house them, for the benefit of their tourism-based businesses in Norwood.
Mike, before you move on
Yes.
from the lodging tax meeting, because I attended that as well,
Yes, you-
and yes, lodging tax revenue is flat. We had a deck that was sent later from Kira Skinner from the Tourism Board. And from what I read in that deck, she didn't present it, but my interpretation was that the winter was pretty flat as well, except for April, which was down 10%, but that's often due to the calendar. Better news from John Duncan, who had attended a meeting, actually, and I guess it was in Kira's report as well, is that projected bookings for the summer are a bit up versus this time last year, which, there's been a lot of concern about people, holding back because of concerns about the economy and lack of international travelers and so forth. But so far, it's looking okay. So we'll just keep our eye on that for the summer.
Very good. Thanks for that. Thanks to the commissioners for their input on the community budget survey. That is going to be going live early next week. And that will be promoted through press release, Kodo, and social media, as well as on the county's website. We're going to be looking for that information to help inform our upcoming commissioner goals and budget process. As we know, the county will be closed tomorrow in observance of the Juneteenth holiday, and we will be back open on Friday for those departments in some offices. Attorney General Phil Weiser has reached out and is wishing to come and meet with commissioners on July 3rd at the library. They're tentatively looking at a 10 a.m. timeframe. That is just to give you a heads up. I have not received official confirmation, but I was asked to hold that date for any commissioners that may be able to attend. They're subsequently going to be reaching out to town leaders and other community leaders to join in that conversation. And I think it's meant to be a conversation with the Attorney General about local concerns, not necessarily individual resident concerns for that. But we'll confirm that as soon as we hear from his staff. The Galloping Goose, if you've been over in the park, you may have noticed that the tracks have been taken up. Those are owned by the fire department. They're storing those. And It is not anticipated at this time that the Galloping Goose train will return. It is down in Ridgeway. It was repaired 2-3 years ago, and you can ride on the Goose that used to be at our park down there on their train tracks. During the summer, they have many free opportunities. But to that end, the Parks and Open Space Department is going to be proposing redesigns and or improvements to that park now that it appears that the Galloping Goose will not be returning. Upcoming on Monday, the 23rd, there will be an Open Space Commission meeting here in the Commissioner Room from 4 to 6 p.m. At our Wednesday, June 25th Commissioner work session. Prior to that meeting, I know at least one of the commissioners, myself and Jared, will be attending the Telluride Association of Realtors meeting at starting at 8 a.m. And we'll be beginning that work session a little bit later than normal at 10 a.m. And as one of the first tasks, we'll be heading down to the jail in Ilium for a tour of the jail with the sheriff and staff. Yes.
You're sure it's at 8? I just want to double check that because Carmen and I were talking about what time to start the jail visit. We might be able to start it at 10, Carmen. If the TAR
The
If the
TAR
TAR meeting's
meeting
at
is
8.
slated from 8:30 to 10. It does
Oh.
open at 8 for if you wanted to have, they said if you, breakfast is from 8 to 8:30 and then presentations will start at 8:30. So I don't know, I haven't received a response back to find out where we are in that agenda. So I think that's why we had, plus
Perfect.
we know it's going to take us at least 15 minutes
To
from
get
where we
around.
turn to
Yeah,
get down
okay, so
to
we'll
Ilium.
stick with 10:30. Thanks.
I think that would be safe.
Mhm.
We'll also be discussing with our county attorney, a response to, the Homeland Security's designation of San Miguel County as a sanctuary jurisdiction, to clarify, why we do not feel that we are not technically a sanctuary jurisdiction and have not passed policies as such. It's the same day as Bike to Work Day in Telluride and Norwood. Annika Christensen is coordinating that part in the Norwood side for the Wellness Committee. The week of Monday, June 30th through July 4th, I will be out of town to visit family. And thanks to the commissioners for letting me take that time off. On Friday, June 26th at 5:30 at the library, Jason Seibel from CSU will be conducting a forest health presentation. And then the next morning at 9 to 11 a.m., he will be conducting a walk for residents or anybody interested in Bear Creek. And there's information on the library website about that.
That was June 26th.
That's correct. The evening of the 26th and the morning of the 27th. Next Tuesday, Jared and I will be meeting with the president of the San Bernardo HOA to try and finalize the memorandum of understanding regarding the water monitoring well and the relationship between the county and San Bernardo as it relates to water and wastewater moving forward for the Pathfinder project. And I do think we're getting very close to having a document that both parties can sign and execute. Our well drillers are on standby, and Wright Water Engineers, our water engineering company, is just waiting for the confirmation of that document before we can execute. And that's all I have for right now. Do you have any questions for me? Okay.
No.
Very good. Thank you very much. Jared, do you have anything to add?
Thank you.
No, sir. Thanks.
All right.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan. Commissioner updates. Lance, take it away.
Thanks, Commissioner. Mike and I both attended a SMRHA meeting on the 2nd of June. And it was so long ago that Mike may have forgotten it, but it lasted a whopping 14 minutes. It was a new world record for not much to report.
Yeah.
I'm double checking my notes, but there really wasn't anything worth talking about. On the 4th, Laura and I went to the town council meeting together. and listened in on their conversation regarding the wastewater treatment plant MOUs. And as you both know, the town ended up signing the MOU with a couple more changes that you probably have seen in email traffic.
Was that the town of Telluride?
Yes.
Um,
We're waiting to hear from the Mountain Village, and I believe that meeting is now.
And those changes, we had already seen those,
Yeah.
right?
is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that
But
was-
what we signed included what the, just more what we signed for the sewer authority MOU is after the changes that were made on June 4th by the council. Town council,
Correct.
Telluride
Yeah.
Town Council.
The clean version we had
Yeah.
included
Okay.
those red lines that they had additioned. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, and you mentioned that
Good news.
Mountain Village is looking at that today. Have we heard from them yet? Anybody?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did receive confirmation that they voted unanimously to approve the MOU.
Fantastic.
Yes.
High fives all around. Woo!
Bravo.
Yes.
Yeah.
And over there.
Air
too.
fives. Nice work.
That's all I've got to report.
All good news.
I was at CC4CA and held an annual meeting in Vail, and at that meeting, we were lucky enough to experience storytelling guidance by an expert named Michael Shank, who resides in DC but consults internationally on how governments and leaders can tell stories more effectively. And one of the things that I really took away that might be useful for all of us is that we tend to emphasize logos, which is Greek for the logic and data part of decision making. We somewhat rely on ethos, which is the community oriented. We're elected officials, and therefore we have some standing, if you will, in our opinions. And if we're staff, we have expertise that we use. But the part that we often fall apart and don't use effectively is pathos, which is the human part of storytelling, where you are able to express not only your own emotions, but others' emotions and how decisions have affected or will affect them. And really what Michael, I think, was saying to all of us is that if we want to affect climate policy, that data isn't necessarily the best and only way to get there. And I urge us all to consider that in our presentations and our work as we try to share information with the community.
Thank you for sharing that.
Perhaps in the letter that we're writing that we just talked about, a little bit of that might help as well. Thanks, Lance. Galena?
Perhaps we could integrate some poetry. Because that brought tears to my eyes this morning. Happy tears though. I don't have a lot to report since last week, other than some constituent meetings that I had specific to and really apropos to the time of year we're in right now with weeds and vegetation management. And the reason I'm mentioning it to the group is there's been some concern on Wrights Mesa about current action taken through chemicals and some observation made by residents about like just entire swaths of vegetation just like completely dead, and they're wondering if that's due to some of the herbicide application. Basically, I'm going to reach out to Julie Kolb and sit down and just reiterate all this info I've been gathering from residents about their concerns. But it was, yeah.
Are the concerns based on proximity to county roads?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right-of-ways, thank you. Right-of-ways on county roads. So I don't know, I've just been kind of brought to my attention that there are widespread concerns about vegetation management right now. I don't think this is anything new because this time of year, you know, all the weeds pop up and
Is it concerns about management or lack of management? Because I had a constituent meeting last week where there was great concern about lack of management.
both. Yeah, management or lack of management, or concerns about the methods of management.
Okay.
And I have some ideas and thoughts that I'm gonna bring to Julie and just discuss with her about their current practices and potentially how the PEZ program could even kind of overlap with vegetation management and perhaps introducing some of these practices to directly address vegetation management. So to be continued, but I just wanted to share that with the group. I've had some pretty interesting conversations in the past week that have been enlightening. And I was on my way to attend the San Miguel Water Coalition quarterly board meeting last night, and then a pipe busted at my house, and I wasn't able to actually attend that meeting, unfortunately, because I had to go tend to that.
What busted it?
A pipe in
I'm
on
so
my
sorry.
house. It's no big deal, but unfortunately I missed that meeting because I had to detour. But there was based on the agenda from that meeting and then following up with Adrienne Berger, there's some good news that a lot of the ongoing projects with San Miguel Watershed Coalition are there. There were some concerns about funding cuts, basically, in our last meeting in February. But a lot of those concerns have been resolved, and for the exception of the Reed Chatfield Ditch and Diversion Rehabilitation Project, which is actually not in San Miguel County, that's in Montrose County. There's all full steam ahead with all the water rehabilitation projects going on right now. So I thought that was great news. That's all I have to report right now. I will be joining Chris Hazen next Tuesday at Indian Ridge Farm for a presentation that's being given there about the evolution of their potential conservation easement that they're trying to pursue. I did have a question about that though. If there is a concern about me attending that gathering at this point in the process. Janet seemed to feel confident and actually asked me to attend, and Chris Hazen had no opposition at either. But any thoughts on that?
Is that because it might come before the?
It might be. It might
Could you
come.
repeat?
Yeah. No. Because this might come before the BOCC potentially at some point for placing that property into a conservation easement. But at this point, it's very conceptual. The vacant lot line that came before us. That's already
Yes.
been done. So at this point,
And there's no current proposal.
there's no
correct?
current proposal, so it seems fine, but I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure that you all agree with that.
Yeah, I would say it's okay, just don't speak to any
Right.
I would be supportive of this if it came before.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, if you're there to learn and there is no pending proposal before the county, I think it's okay for you to attend. Yeah.
Thanks. I thought so as well, but I just thought I would double, triple check.
Thank you.
Make sure I wasn't missing anything. Yeah.
Can't hurt.
That's awesome.
Okay. A couple things on June 12th, last Thursday, I met with the new sheriff just to kind of welcome him to his role and catch up on how he'd been since the appointment. And also wanted to talk to him about kind of getting to know our immigrant community because he has not been super connected with them yet. And he was just really gracious and excited to kind of introduce himself in a manner that was comfortable for that community. And I just want to say that it was a wonderful meeting and I'm just really pleased that he's our sheriff. That same day, June 12th, I attended the SMART board meeting. We talked just briefly about whether we might need a different way to manage our reserves because they are accumulating through the 3A ballot measure and so forth. And I think we're going to be looking at that. There was discussion, I think you'll find this interesting, of potentially adjusting the mill levy rate given the higher assessed valuations. I think SMART is super sensitive to not taking more than they quote unquote need. And so that's a conversation that board will be having as we move into budgeting and mill levy season. And that was not something I brought up. Others brought that up and I was really pleased to hear that. The operations manager, Carrie DeStefano, attended the San Miguel County Emergency Management Office tabletop exercise, which we've heard about a number of times. And I didn't know, but SMART has an MOU to assist with evacuations. And so we kind of talked that through and whether that might need to be, not the MOU, but our plan might need it all to be refined. And we identified an opportunity to maybe coordinate with the local towns that have also some facility or, buses and stuff. Yes, Galina.
Not to interrupt this,
No,
but I
please.
do have a direct question about that.
Yeah, please.
As far as childcare and daycare facilities, that's something that came up in an ECAP meeting recently. And they're not technically covered within the school districts for evacuation. I reached out to Shannon Armstrong, asking her kind of what the plan was there, and there's not really a clear plan there. And so I wonder about SMART being
part of that
and keeping the daycare and childcare facilities in their periphery for evacuation potentially.
I think that's not a bad idea, but when I think about loading dozens of children onto a bus, I think maybe as that would be the sort of last resort.
Yeah.
And I would hope that the childcare facilities would have plans for uniting the parents with the kids.
Yeah, I guess what I've identified in asking these questions is there aren't specific plans in place for this particular
segment
emergency situation.
Okay.
Right? So it's kind of like a gray
Yeah,
area
yeah.
that has been identified.
That's really important to bring up. I wonder, Shannon, if Galina, if we should connect Shannon with Kathleen Merritt at Bright Futures.
Oh, I did in an email.
There you go.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can at least they can all have those pre-evacuation plans or something established.
Right.
And then I don't believe SMART has a plan of where to load people or who to load. They just are making their buses and drivers available, and then they would wait to hear from Command Central. I know that's not exactly the right term, but of where to go, who to pick up, things like that. So again, I think that Shannon should, and it sounds like you already have connected her with the daycare places, right?
Yeah.
That's good.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't want to derail.
No, I think this is why we have these conversations. The other thing that came up during the conversation with the operations manager was the fact that it's fine if we need to be called on WeSmart during the day because all the buses are here. They've brought the commuters in, but after 5, the buses are in Montrose and Norwood and Nucla and Natarita and maybe Rico. And so we need to make sure we have a plan for bringing those that equipment back. And the good thing is that Carrie mentioned this, and I know this from speaking with Chief Bennett, is he is extremely conservative in terms of when he would order an evacuation because he recognizes how we have one road out of both of the two towns on the East End. And so that I do think that SMART everybody would be given a lot of notice. If it needs to happen, which is not to say we don't need to be prepared. We need to have those plans in place, but in terms of having to execute those plans, we would have some notice. So that was an interesting part of the SMART conversation. This is another part, and I just want to bring it up because it's just another thing, an implication of what's happening out of Washington that's having a trickle-down effect. The Federal Department of Transportation has a master agreement that is made with, as I understand it, the state of Colorado through CDOT. And they have amended that master agreement in a way that is not entirely clear, but has something to do with assisting the federal government with immigration enforcement. David Averil's looking more into it, but Colorado is not okay with this revised master agreement that requires more cooperation for immigrant enforcement. And so as of now, we don't have a master agreement with the Department of Transportation, which means we cannot access federal funds for things like bus grant purchasing. And just as a matter of context, in the last 3 years, we have received $6 to $7 million through that federal grant program, which, as I said, is currently not available to us because of this revised master agreement. So, yay. On June 12th, I went to the museum to see the Kodo 50th anniversary exhibit opening, and it's awesome, and I recommend it for everybody. The museum is open free for locals on Saturdays, so anyone who didn't get to that free event can go on Saturdays for free, or you can pay the fee and support the museum. On Monday, I went to the senior lunch, and I just want to mention that every now and then because it is so much fun, and the meals provided by a local restaurant. In this case, it was La Cocina, and it cost $4, and so it's a good deal as well. Tomorrow, I am going to attend the NACO West Region monthly meeting, and they are discussing the federal tax bill and key provisions that impact counties. So I'll report back on anything I learned from that. And that's that for today. Yeah, Jared.
I thought of one thing just as a follow-up. I want to get on your calendars at least after discussion with folks at the town of Mountain Village and at the town of Telluride and with Pam Schifrin from SMRHA. We are intending to use our next SMRHA meeting on the 7th of July to be a joint meeting of our four organizations in that case to review the housing needs assessment. So have the presentation of the housing needs assessment to those boards.
July.
1 o'clock on the 7th of July. That is the regular SMRHA meeting time. It will be chaired by none other than Commissioner Lance Waring. So
what are the 4 entities who are invited?
So it's Town of Mountain Village,
Yep.
Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, and SMRHA.
Oh, okay. So we're all invited. And where's the meeting?
The meeting tends to be online, and we also have it in this very room in most cases. So,
I think I would like to
so
attend in person.
I
if possible.
ideally, I wanted to make sure that it was on your calendar if we can get a quorum of the county and of each board. That's really what we need to do to meet our Senate Bill 24-174 requirements, presenting that housing needs assessment. And again, I want that to be a forum also where we can ask and answer some questions with EPS on any of the outcomes. That report will be publicly available. I believe we're planning on next Monday or Tuesday.
And I'm sorry, Jared, you said July 7th at what time?
July 7th, 1 p.m.
Okay.
I have a Telluride Foundation Leadership Council meeting that day, but I'll leave it early. That's a good one. Okay. Thanks, Jared.
That is it.
Good one. All right. Are we ready to move on to attorney matters led by our County Attorney Maura Fahey?
I'm ready if you are.
I'm ready.
I just have one update before we get to the agenda items. I did receive an email last night from Sherry Reeder, just as an update on the status of the 6 for sale units, the TSG sale units in Ilium. And currently those 6 homes are still under contract. None of them have closed yet, but are set to close between today and July 10th.
All 6?
All 6. One buyer, with the exception of one buyer, may need to extend their closing date due to a medical related conflict. But I asked Sherry to please keep me updated on that and all of them. So that's the update I have for you.
That's good news.
None of them have fallen out of contract, so that's good.
Thank you. Moving on now to item 15A, consideration of the chair's signature on a memorandum of understanding with the town of Mountain Village and the Alexander property owners.
Jared, your name's on this.
I know my name's on it.
Sorry.
That's quite all right. I think commissioners, this item has been one that we've been working on for a little bit of time now with our partners in the town of Mountain Village and with the Alexander family to help negotiate with the Alexanders to allow Mountain Village to buy their 5 acres to be the potential future site of the wastewater plant. And as part of that, we, as you may recall, walked through a number of different iterations and factors where we asked for a few things, they asked for a few things, and we've come to this agreement. The town of Mountain Village did sign it last month, and have been waiting for us to get it agendized. And so here it is. And the big picture is that we would vacate our fee simple right of way, the RGS right of way, within the segment near County Road 63.5L or 60, yeah, I think 63.5L. And that would be transferred to the Alexander family. In consideration of that, we will have up to 2 acres for potential future improvements at the 63L intersection. And they will dedicate our right-of-ways. We vacate our right-of-ways that we have in 63.5L, 63.7L, 60L, and then they will deed those back to us with the exception.
60L? No,
63, 63.5, and 63.
all starting with L.
Gosh.
Except for.
Let's just not give up another road.
Except for-
63 is the L, the north south.
Right. So all but we get those right of ways returned to us by the Alexanders with the exception of 63.7, which is the little spur that was terminated right next to the corrals when CDOT did their work. And so again, it's one of these that it's a testament to our regional efforts on this community project. The county is getting a few positive steps from both the town of Telluride and town of Mountain Village with our advisory seat on the council on the authority board. Losing track because
It's okay.
it's late afternoon. I need to recharge my brain.
There's a mint Milano back there, Jared.
That is what I'm missing in my life. But with that said, it's been long in the, we've been cooking this a long time. We've finally come to agreement. We appreciate our partners for continuing to work with us through all of this. And I think it's at a place now that the board can consider it and make a motion to approve or hopefully not deny.
We're also getting the recreational trail.
The recreation.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Down Valley Connector Trail easements as well.
I've
That's
had
all good.
many residents bring that up in recent conversations, that's something that they were concerned about. And I assured
trail.
them that the trails, that's part of the deal.
I think another important consideration is that should the wastewater treatment plant parcel, and just to back up even further, this MOU and this agreement and this give and take among all the parties was required in order for the Mountain Village to purchase the wastewater treatment plant parcel from the Alexanders. And just want everybody to hear also that we have a provision in here that says, should that parcel not be, should a wastewater treatment plant not be built on that parcel within 10 years, that the Mountain Village and the county together will decide what purpose that parcel will serve, what public purpose. And that was something we wanted to be sure of so that we weren't giving up the parts of our rights of way without that assurance. So I really appreciate the Mountain Village for doing that. One thing I noticed in here, Maura, is on that same consideration, which is 3A, that it says Mountain Village and the county will enter into and record a covenant against the wastewater treatment plant parcel consistent with these requirements. So it sounds like there's another legal step that we need to take once they acquire, or when does that happen? And let's not forget it.
Yeah, it would be once they acquire the property.
Or when they acquire it, or I don't know when that would happen.
Yeah, I'll connect with their attorney to make sure. I
Yeah.
know that's on their radar.
Because it's not, what I read that to say is this agreement alone is not enough to make sure that happens. It needs to be recorded.
I think, well, not necessarily that this agreement's not enough,
Oh,
but
okay.
that would make sure that if the property is assigned to a different entity, that is recorded with the property.
Perfect. Okay. Lance, anything to say? Comments?
I've been working on this for a long time and it's come to fruition.
Dwayne is nodding.
With that,
Yeah.
I move to approve the chair signature and a memorandum of understanding with the town of Mountain Village and the Alexander property owners.
Yeah, I'm prepared to second that. Based on the information that the Mountain Village signed our MOU today.
Yeah, and I just want to thank the Mountain Village for their patience and the Alexander family as we worked through that other MOU, because I know this one was ready to go a while back. And we just wanted to make sure we had all of our ducks in a row. And now that we do, I'm really enthusiastic about this. And also wanted to thank the Alexander family so much again for being so cooperative and generous and everything with this particular parcel and others that they've contributed or sold, I should say, to the East End to benefit the public good. So I feel really good about this, and thanks to our staff for working through it. Oh, how about a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 15B, which I believe is a related matter, consideration of the chair's signature on owner authorization regarding land use application, including the Rio Grande Southern parcel. Maura.
So this is just an authorization because the county does own that RGS right of way. This authorizes the town of Mountain Village as well as the Alexander family to submit land use application for the lot line adjustment to get that wastewater treatment plant parcel and to clean some things up on the Alexander property as well, which would include the county's currently owned land.
I don't have any questions. Anybody else? No?
Move to approve the chair's signature on owner authorization regarding land use application, including the Rio Grande Southern parcel.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Maura, for taking care of that business as well. It is now a little bit after 3. We are scheduled for a break until 5 o'clock. Oh, have we heard from the sheriff yet?
No.
Okay, so hopefully we will, just as a reminder, we are waiting to hear from the sheriff if we might want to discuss putting a fire ban in effect today. But we'll see if he has something for us when we come back. We're coming back at 5 p.m. till 7 p.m. or so for another round of public discussion on the deed restriction, legal review and interpretation. So we will be back here in this room and we'll be back here on Zoom using the same link. Is that correct? So over and out until 5 p.m. Thanks, everybody.